and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed,
Right.
had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next couple of days.
Right. And she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
And she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your dad, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get
right.
there.
Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't I?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order, and that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, only because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So, I mean, it's just, you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel, or whoever it was, went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Can I see counsel sidebar in regards to this?
also found the camera off, so that's good.
So, members of the jury, like I said to you, I think a couple of weeks ago, sometimes I got to talk to the lawyers for a little bit longer than it takes over here at the sidebar. So this is one of those situations. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room just for a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll resume with the testimony. Okay?
Court, all rise. Good. All folks on chairs. This way, please.
All right. So, counsel, what we're going to do is we'll have it just so the record's clear. The jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of obviously with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down perhaps as an investigator or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
You remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't, okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically where.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I imagine it probably would have been with him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily specifically, but do you have any memory of talking to the prosecutor about, quote, this, end quote?
No.
So what is it that your memory is that the trooper, whoever it may have been, or the investigator for the state police may have been, what did that person tell you?
That at some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor and the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then he was interviewed later on, communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McGilligan. And
what did McGilligan tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the conversation regarding the psychologist is basically the one that planted that idea in her head, right?
The conversation between Trooper McElligott and I?
Yeah.
Specifically, I just recall the facts that the facts are communicated to a phone call between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and I apologize. I don't
Oh.
mean to cut you off, but let's cut to the chase.
Yeah,
What I'm asking you are voices. You know what that means when someone hears voices, right?
yes,
You may not hear voices. I may not hear voices, but some people might hear voices, right?
yeah,
That was discussed with McElligott, wasn't it?
yes.
And what is it that he discussed with you about Lindsay hearing voices?
That's what she had told Patrick on the phone call, that she heard voices.
And when she told Patrick that she heard that on the phone call, the prosecution determined that it was Eisel, or whoever that doctor was, you don't recall, that told her to say that for some type of a defense, right?
I don't know what the prosecution determined. All I can say is that's what I recall, the conversation between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, about when
The voices,
the voices.
yeah,
And the conversation also included the fact that it was the psychologist that planted that idea in her mind. That's the theory, isn't it?
that would be the theory, but I don't recall having.
That's wait. Your answer is that would be the theory, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Agreeing with you that that's
Okay.
what was discussed.
all right. And this would be you and is it McElligott?
McElligott,
McElligott.
yes, sir.
And you're unable to assist us, though, with any of the detail. You do recall that there was a conversation about that.
Correct.
And in the conversation, it was about the conversation that Lindsay had with her husband indicating about voices, right?
Correct.
Using the psychologist's cell phone, right?
Correct.
And there was an indication that the psychologist told her to basically say that. You just told us, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Attorney Buckingham.
Sergeant Lawler, at the time that you were at the Brigham Hospital and at the time the doctor came in, you didn't know anything about a theory of the case, correct?
No.
And you didn't know or overhear anything in outside that room about conversations between the doctor and the defendant, did you?
Correct.
And you indicated that you never had a conversation with the prosecution about their theory of the case, did you?
Did not.
So anything that you recall was simply conversation with another trooper in the unit.
Correct.
And as you sit here in your testimony today and testify about your memory of that particular night, is anything about that conversation with Sergeant McElligott guiding your testimony?
No.
You changed, or has your memory changed as to that incident after you had this conversation with Trooper McElligott, or
No.
Sergeant McElligott? And in fact, you don't know anything about whether there's any evidence about Dr. Zeisel giving or prompting the defendant to have that conversation with her husband, do you?
No.
All you know factually is what came out of the investigation from what Patrick said the call was and who he said the call was from and how the call occurred, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, if I may, Judge?
Yeah, please.
So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it may be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McElligott, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McElligott. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
And we'll come back out and we will resume cross-examination. Okay?
Court, all right.
All right, please.
10-minute break. 10-minute break. You like my new house? All right. Learning live stream or restream, excuse me. Seeing what it's all about. It's a lot like StreamYard. Almost the same exact setup, just different options. So anyway, playing around with this today, playing around in the studio. Thanks everybody that's came by and left. Thanks people that came by and stayed. Thanks for hitting the like button. Court will be back 10 minutes. Just so y'all know, I'm having a banana and a cupcake for breakfast. Bet. Yep, fanny pack. It's the breakfast of champions. It's a blue icing cupcake gave to me by my neighbor for saving her when she got her lawnmower stuck. Angel Eyes, it shouldn't be too hard, man. It's almost just like StreamYard, bud.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see your sidebar?
They're back. And they're gone.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Angel, you got to go inside the Restream app.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Just type Restream in your browser and go inside there
All parties are present, including
and do it just like you do StreamYard. It'll ask you what destination you want to
Jury,
stream
thanks
it
for
to,
your
that kind of
patience.
thing.
We were able to
Same
handle
exact
that
way you
issue.
do with StreamYard, bud.
So we're going to return now to the cross-examination. We're still going to take a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that you took that break. We didn't take that break. So with that, we're going to return to the cross-examination. Mr. Reddington.
Sergeant Lawler, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed.
Hey, Flicker, it's not
open,
buffering on my
either
end.
way,
Are you good now?
recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that, yes.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree, and then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not.
I don't think the quality in Restream is as good as StreamYard from what I'm seeing so far.
What, if
We'll
anything,
see though
was
as
said
it
between
goes.
Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McElligan?
Sergeant McElligan, yes, sir.
And Sergeant McElligan, Joshua,
Yes.
he's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers. Okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you could rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McElligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McElligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. You're still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember whether her hands or her wrists restrained to the bedpost?
I don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there.
Millie, you need to settle down over here with us.
Correct.
Quit jumping around so much so we don't have to keep trying to find you.
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. And how many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly. Probably 2, though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how many days it was that you were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
About a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly, though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there, is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital, you mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shift, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Buckingham?
Sergeant Lawler, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes,
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation and what evidence you find.
correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McGilligan about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No,
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zeisel was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Briefly, well, your testimony, basically, unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospitals. That's it, right?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. All right. All right, anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Letitia Dukes as its next witness, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give and jury in the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may have a seat.
Good morning. All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, okay? Sure. All right, thank you. Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is Letitia Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
Latiesha.
How do you spell Dukes?
Dukes.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at South Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for patients?
Yes.
And do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that, for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient.
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization, and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments in duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour on the patient need at that time.
And when you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as like the crisis support numbers that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve authorities like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then that it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, either for a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as like access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in-person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient?
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either like fallen out of care or there are concerns for their safety for some reason.
Okay. And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the preference of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient?
Yes.
And if I mentioned December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December, so that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
Okay. And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you, that she had had some prior contact with mental health, right?
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
Okay. And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication?
So I'm not a social worker. I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct? Mm-hmm. And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I prefer not deleting. I have no problem if she reads from the record, though.
All right. If you could just, there's objection, in fact, leading question sustained, but is there any, so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look at your notes, I don't know if you have your notes with you.
I do not. Do they have a copy? I think they do.
I don't know if the parties have a copy that she could look at.
I do. I could.
Do you have a blank copy?
Well, I mean, it has like a date on it. It doesn't have a lot of notes on it. It just has a name.
I can approach page by page.
All right,
It's fine.
sure, that's fine. So if you need or want to look at the record, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Just gonna show you that page.
Sure.
I can speak that with her.
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay. So did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay. And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page, page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was tearful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also, in this assessment, assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
And why is it significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
And if somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
Okay. And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct? And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right? Mm-hmm. Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No.
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
Telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure. If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure. Take your time.
Can she see her notes? Yes, you may.
Okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note. That's fine.
Keeping them honest, y'all. Fair use.
And can you repeat the question?
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
Kind of like the same report that she gave to crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam
Yes.
from that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? If you know?
Just reviewing them.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well?
She's going to have a hard time with defense.
I could direct you to page
Keeps needing to
45.
go to those notes.
45. Okay. Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
And fair to say, focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling
Yes.
the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping, so we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did she want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
Okay. And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she want to, or did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second. Her presentation overall was within normal limits. She didn't appear like anxious or different than any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right?
Yes.
And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she's at the clinic, if you know?
4.
4. So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis?
No.
And you made those recommendations for a higher level of care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Was that, had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
Let me look. Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation?
In this visit particularly, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
Well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And in this instance, did she have thoughts of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing. Hold on. yes, she reported like continued suicidal ideation at
Okay.
the time.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Having met with her on the 12th, did she ever articulate to you that she had made any attempts?
No.
And in your conversation with her on the 12th, were you able to identify any protective factors based on everything that you knew about her at this time? Now, this is your third time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Okay. And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right? Or
Yes.
at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
Thank you. That visit was virtual. And what was the question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have any SI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family, and her children, and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, women and infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Okay. Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right?
Yes.
And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements in her sleep?
No.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13, at the top of the page where it says risk assessment, there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
Oh.
What does it say 13?
I'm looking at prior ones. I don't know, those don't have page numbers, but the one I gave her has 13. It's December 19th. That's the last page of her note.
It's this one here, then, right?
Yeah?
Okay.
There
Okay.
should be 3 pages. What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep has improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep, but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure.
Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17, going back 9:44. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
Okay. And again, in each and every encounter that you've had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police, Section 12 or safety?
Hold on, go ahead. We'll ask that and then we'll.
My question was, in any of the times that you engaged with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, Section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or Section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you
Yes.
as what?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Thank you. If I may have a moment to put these back together.
Why don't we take the delayed morning break at this point? So hopefully it'll be a little bit shorter than normal, but we'll get you, you can stretch your legs. We'll have you back here in a couple of minutes. Okay?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your door, please. This way.
I can see what you were referring to.
Yeah, I just have to put them back together because they're a little out of order.
So we'll be in a short recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The judge said this will be a short break, so we shall see. Yes. Dina, add it to your list, please. come on over and wash the car for me. Y'all need to quit hurting yourselves too, by the way. My brother last week, we did some work last Friday, removing a pool deck. It's a pretty old deck, and some of the boards had rusty nails sticking out, and he told me not to step on a nail, be careful. And shortly thereafter, he stepped on a rusted 16 penny nail. So now I'm waiting on him to get better so we can go do some more work. Bless his heart. Goodness gracious, Flicker. What do you mean you may have? You know you were. Well, y'all were just bad, 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 huh? Glad I never did anything wrong when I was young like that, or even now. Are y'all still with me? I had to refresh the page.
All right. We all set for the jury?
Yes.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
So, can you tell me, is it 4 times that you yourself actually met with Lindsay or more?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Was it 4 times that you actually met with Lindsay or more? And that would include telehealth?
4.
4
yes.
times, okay. You met with her on the 2nd of December, right?
Yes.
And you met with her on the 12th of December, is that right?
Yes.
You met with her on the 19th of December, right?
Yes.
And is it the 27th as well? Was there one? Do you remember when that was?
That was by phone.
By phone. Would that be the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is give you the documents that the district attorney is questioning you from, so that you can actually have them in front of you, okay?
Thank you.
And you can slide up and just...
Yeah.
And if I get confused or something, just let me know that you're on a different page than me. Couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
Oh. I mean, you guys work in the same place though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a woman is in postpartum and comes to social health for help, when you're trying to help them, you can't see the medical records from what the other people like Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada have written down?
You can see the records, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, so you did look at the records?
I did not look at the records.
Okay. On the 2nd of December, you can look along with it if you wish, looking under what would be referred to as behavioral health intake. Your pages are numbered, mine are not, so if you can find that one page, behavioral health intake on December 2nd. And the jurors will have this as an exhibit, but just going through the pages. You have it?
1 second.
Be an interesting cross.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you would be interested in when you're interacting with a patient that comes to your facility for help is how honest they are, right?
Yes.
Especially in psychiatry. You want to make sure that the person is not lying to you or hiding something. You want them to be honest, right?
Yes.
And, for example, Lindsay disclosed to you and to the others that back in 2012, while she was in nursing school, she actually had Prozac because she was very nervous, actually, about public speaking. But she was on Prozac, right?
1 second.
Sure. I think it's right under behavioral health history, first paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And she also told you that she had been prescribed Ativan, for example, by a psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, right?
Just reviewing.
Second paragraph.
So, no, that's not what I see here.
Okay, do you see where it says prior to attending the SHORE program, sentence, second paragraph?
Yes.
Patient was prescribed Ativan by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts?
It says here she was prescribed Zoloft.
Well, I must be misreading something. I apologize. Let me approach you. This is what I have here. History and current functioning, right? History and current, okay. And then behavioral health history, paragraph 1, right? References to Prozac, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But it doesn't say. You
Second
said Dr. Tufts?
No, I was saying the second paragraph, prior to attending SHORE program, she disclosed to you that she was prescribed Ativan, right?
So which one are you on?
Second paragraph, right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Prior to attending SHORE program, patient was prescribed Ativan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was by Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
So she told you that she was prescribed benzodiazepine by her treating psychiatrist, and further on into your interaction with her, she told you that she was very concerned about taking medication, right?
Yes.
And she was really concerned about becoming addicted to medication, such as a benzo, like Ativan, right?
She was concerned about becoming addicted to medication, yes.
All right, in the very last paragraph, it says, when no longer taking Ativan. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay, she then explained that, she had issues with the sleep, and she started having heart palpitations, and she went to the ER for anxiety. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, she told you that she felt that she had an addiction to Ativan. That's why she couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
And she was stressing about that, was really concerned about that, right?
Yes.
She then said that she had weight loss, right?
Yes.
No appetite, right?
Correct.
Panic attacks, right?
Right.
Couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
Next page, December 2nd, office visit, the same visit. First paragraph, she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel in the past 4 days, right?
I'm sorry, this is a different date on this one. What date do you have?
Okay. So the next page.
Mine, it goes to 12/5.
Okay, all right, let's look at this one then. Would you agree that this is a record from South Shore Health that talks about continuing your appointment December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. If you can find
I think
that.
they were just out of order. Here it is.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine, no problem. That's not your fault. So are you with me on that she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel?
Yes.
Okay. And that was within the last 4 days. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you saw her on December 2nd, after telling you about the Ativan and telling you about her weight loss and her anxiety and everything else, she told you that she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel. And I understand you don't do the drugs, so you don't really have.
No, I don't do medication.
Very difficult to get brand names and the other names, but we have a chat for that. So she started Remeron and Seroquel, and then she told you that since starting the medication, she's had thoughts that she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess, what, on the earth?
No longer wanting
kill
to
herself?
be here could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Okay. And then she indicates further that this week, she was seeing you, feels like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she's going to die, but she doesn't care. She said that, right?
Yes.
She then talked about how the Remeron and Seroquel were not helping her sleep. Yesterday she took Ativan, she told you, right?
Yes.
Due to intrusive SI, suicidal ideation thoughts, right?
Yes.
Did she indicate what the intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts were yesterday, which would be December 1st? Did she tell you what that meant? Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I did ask her what she meant, and that would mean that she had the thoughts that she told me about no longer wanting to be here.
Okay. And you then told her that she could go to the ER and that you then sent her local crisis contact information. Is that right?
Yes.
And then talks about onset. Says 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And what did she tell you the anxiety was about?
1 second.
Yep. It's under onset.
And what was the question?
Under onset, she indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, is what
Yes.
the district attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what does that mean? That she was having unmanageable anxiety? Do you know, what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
Under social, the notes indicate that she reported she talks about her anxiety all the time with her mom, husband, and mother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And one of the questions the DA asked you is about her support, family supports or collateral contacts, and you indicated the mother-in-law. She also had her mother and father as family support as well, right?
Correct.
And you knew that her mother and father had actually lived in Connecticut, but moved up or came up and stayed with her for at least a week, if not longer, during December, right? If you know. And I know it's difficult if it's not in the notes for you to remember. I'm just asking, do you remember it all that she said that her mother and father came up and stayed with her to help out?
I don't remember that.
Okay. She further went on and said that she's uninterested in other topics from friends. What did that mean? She just didn't want to talk to her friends about anything?
She just had a lack of interest in conversation with friends.
And that would be her social circle. She just didn't care, right?
Right.
She said that she felt numb, right?
Yes.
She had a lack of attention, right?
Right.
Confusion, right?
Right.
Under mood, it says, well, of course, you have disturbed sleep. She's only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night is what she told you, right?
Correct.
And then it says supports. Mother and father have been staying with her for the past week. Does that refresh your memory that you did get that info, that they were staying with her for the past week?
Yes.
That's fine. I just saw that too, so no
Yes.
problem. You took her history, that she was a nurse, that she had been on leave, and she told you that she lost 10 pounds in the past month, right?
Correct.
Now, can you flip to the next page and make sure we're both on the same page? On the substance use assessment, do you have that?
1 second.
Yep. Okay. So one of the things that you're concerned about is whether or not your patient has a substance abuse problem, like drugs or alcohol or something like that, right?
Correct.
And you've already told us that your opinion was that Lindsay did not have any substance abuse problems other than her fear about the prescribed Ativan, right?
Correct.
So did you ask her about alcohol?
Yes.
Can you tell me what she said about alcohol?
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses
Did she say why she would do that?
to cope with anxiety.
Okay, and this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the
Yes.
weed, the devil's lettuce. How about that? Did she confess that she was using marijuana?
Yes, she said she did use marijuana.
When?
Last use was November 15th, 2022.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why did she say that she used it? It's under comments?
Yes, I'm taking a
That's
look.
okay.
She said she tried a marijuana gummy to help with sleep.
And that was on November 15th of 22, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page, assessment and recommendation. If you have that, make sure we have it.
Let's see. Yes.
Okay. And I think the district attorney had asked you about the mental status exam facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right?
Yes.
You know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the
Sure,
assessment.
yep. It's under facial expression.
And you said facial expressions,
Yes,
right?
please, yep.
Anxiety, fear, apprehension, sadness.
Okay, so if I can, I apologize, if you just keep your voice, you're very soft-spoken.
Yes, I'll walk.
Voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you said that her facial expression exported to you anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear of something, right?
Yes.
Apprehension, right?
Yes.
Sadness,
Yes.
depression.
Yes.
And she expressed that she was having anxiety and numbness, right?
Yes.
And she was crying when she was telling you this, right?
Yes.
And again, indicated that her thoughts were worried about her baby, the new baby she had, the infant, as well as if she's being addicted to Ativan, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
And again, thoughts of wanting to die, but there was no plan.
Correct.
Next page, risk assessment. There's a whole lot of stuff on it, these pages. I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. So you see where it says risk assessment?
I am trying to find
Okay.
it. 1 second.
Yep. Under current medic, I'm sorry, it's under risk assessment.
I'm taking a look.
Okay.
I see protective factors, but I don't see risk assessment.
Okay, let me ask you, under risk assessment on December 2nd, when you asked her about that, at that point, did she again admitted to suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
It was passive.
Yes.
It says plan to go to ER if she feels unsafe or has a plan, right?
Yes.
And then farther down, you have current medications, and she was on quetiapine or Seroquel, right?
Yes.
Fluoxetine or Prozac, right?
Correct.
Lorazepam or Ativan, right?
Yes.
Mirtazapine or Remeron, right?
Yes.
And they were all, that was all active prescriptions that she had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation, where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
What I could do is read what I have rather than stand next to you. And if you trust me that I'm not misrepresenting it, I mean, I'm just reading off of this to make it quicker for you if
Okay.
it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, I can walk up and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
On that day, your notes say patient requested addiction support services. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you indicated that you would be sending patient addiction support resources by my chart, or the message thing, right?
Correct.
You then indicate that based on history reported, patient meets the criteria for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
That she would benefit from OP therapy. What does that mean?
Yes. From outpatient therapy services.
PHP,
Yes. Partial hospitalization program.
IOP,
Intensive outpatient program.
and that you then helped her out by bridging the therapy services, right?
Yes.
You then noted again postpartum anxiety on December 2nd, according to your notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that she had been seeking and receiving therapy? I don't know if that's therapy or counseling or that type of thing. Like there's a woman that works in your business that provides therapy, right?
Yes. So that person would be me.
So did she come to see you for therapy?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
So is it fair to say that she was more than willing to accept help from somebody like you?
Yes.
She didn't appear to be avoiding any therapy when
No.
recommended, right? If you could, Ms. Dukes, please look at, I think it was December 12th was the next time perhaps that you saw her,
Okay.
unless it's, there's another intervening period.
So there's December 12th, and then there's December 5th.
Oh, okay. So if you could pull out December 5th,
Yes.
and if I can come up and look at it.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So on December 5th, again, you were meeting with her for therapeutic intervention, right?
Yes.
And that on this occasion, she reported she had a difficult weekend, right?
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts of wanting to die, right?
Yes.
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
Yes.
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
Yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said, in addition to the fact that she's been in counseling and therapy and seeing psychiatrists and on medications for the past 3 months or whatever the period ultimately would be, and that she wanted to kill herself, didn't want to be here, couldn't care if she died, they told her because she didn't have a plan that they couldn't help her?
Correct.
Did they, to your knowledge, make any recommendations? Did they recommended that she attend a day program?
Yes.
All right. And that person from Aspire then said he would send her patient resources, right?
Correct.
But nothing ever happened. He never sent her any. You did, but he never sent her any patient resources, right? If you know.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. So she had you at least to talk to and counsel and advise her. You continued on to make your observations. Fair to say that pretty much things stayed the same as far as her appearance, appearing anxious, appearing sad, unable to relate to people, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Then you have, as a chief complaint of present illness, And again, that would, oh, wait a minute.
That's not my note.
That's not you, okay. All right, so you can hold on to that again.
Yep, thank you.
Next time you saw her would be December 12th, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, on December 12th, that was a teleconference that she had called by an appointment with you?
Yes.
And at that point, she reported that she had a difficult weekend and was experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to, do you have it in front of you? I don't want to take advantage of it.
Hold on one second.
Yep.
I don't see the 12th in here.
Okay.
He said, hold on one second.
Page 28.
And just for the record, I think, Your Honor, that she's looking at the actual exhibit. Am I right? That's the exhibit? That's in evidence? No, it's not. Okay. Can it be in evidence? Can I offer that? Yeah. Okay. Can I offer that?
Any objection? Sure, yeah. If I could just say it.
Yes.
It's time for another sidebar. They have the sidebars in Massachusetts. How would you like for me to entertain you, Justine? Do you want me to sing? Do you want me to do magic tricks? You want me to stand on my head? I could bring somebody up. You can see painted frogs. So if I still drink, I think sidebar drinking game would be fun. Every time I have a sidebar, you take a shot. Sing and dance? That's a bit much, Millie. You're going to have to wait till I'm monetized for that so you can drop a couple of dollars. Ass, cash, or grass. Nobody rides for free. Looky here. Back just in time.
Do you have December 12th?
Where y'all can. But they are definitely back in the courtroom.
Again, I could do what I did
She
before.
probably had it before.
So y'all get scared.
It references providers' interventions, and that would that be you, provider?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about symptom management, and yet again, she's reporting she had a difficult weekend, experieused intrusive thoughts, wanted to die. didn't have a plan for suicidal plan, but she
All right, then.
contacted Crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently,
Go
right?
ahead and
'Cause there was
post
2
that.
times she
Against that
contacted
link
Aspire,
there.
not once,
Just kidding.
Correct.
twice.
Joking.
Both times they told her that there's
Free
nothing
of
they
charge,
could do.
y'all. Free of charge.
Correct.
And she told you that she was going to start a PHP in Norwell on December 20th, right?
Correct.
But in fact, you were able to, knowing people that you may
I'll
have in
bet
Cold
soon.
Springs, you were able to try to get her into the
I'll
Rhode
bet
Island
soon, I promise.
Women and Infants program, right?
Correct.
Which is a really pretty good program.
Correct.
And did you know that she did, in fact, go to Women and Infants
I'll
on
pay to
December
see that,
20th? She
Justine.
didn't go to the Norwell program. She went to Women and Infants program, and that she was there for the day, and that they basically turned her away.
I did know that she went to the Women and Infants program. I was not sure of the date.
Okay, so if I suggest to you it was the same date that she had told you that she was going to go to the program in Norwell on December 20th, and then that you and Nicole Harden Francis reviewed various options, one of which was that, which made sense, to attend the Women and Infants program, IOP or PHP program, right?
Correct.
And that she, patient, provided you with verbal consent
Correct.
to sign whatever had to be signed and get her into that program, right?
Correct.
So you know that she did on December 20th, after not getting anywhere with Aspire ×2, and after dealing with Gelada for all those times that she dealt with her, I'm sorry, the other one, Tufts, you were trying to get her into this program, which would be pretty good for a woman that had postpartum problems, right?
Correct.
And you made your referral, you opened the door for her, and she got in there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I am not aware as to why.
Would you be surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was over-medicated?
Repeat the question.
Would it surprise you to know that they indicated that they couldn't treat her as a woman with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or any of that, because their opinion was that she was suffering from an over-medication?
It would surprise me, yes.
But you don't know.
I do not know.
Okay. Did you know that the records from Women and Infants indicate that, in fact, on that very same day, they reached out to Nurse Gelada and asked her to call them so that they could discuss the medication, and Gelada never got back to her?
I was not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. I think the district attorney had asked you a question about the last time that you saw her or had any activity with her was on December 19th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I may have misunderstood. Did she ask you, did you call Lindsay 4 times and she never got back to you that day, or is that just a list of different things that you did for her?
That's a list of different things that I did for her that day.
Okay, so you were calling other contacts, you were talking to Patrick, you would contact her. I mean, she certainly was not avoiding you. That's
Yes, we were in communication.
all right. You're familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale?
I'm aware of it, yes.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. What is polypharmacy? What does that mean?
Polypharmacy?
Yeah. You ever heard of that, polypharmacy?
I've heard of it, but not sure of the exact
Okay, that's okay.
definition.
Is it something to do with having too much medications thrown at you all at once? If you know.
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure, okay. Excuse me for 1 minute. apologize. I just had something pulled up and it just went back to default on me, so I just need a second. I apologize. Okay, I got it. And how long have you been working in your particular field?
Since 2011.
Okay. And you have obviously a very impressive background as far as your educational background and your experience. Do you continue to, like, with continuing education?
Yes.
Have you ever been aware, are you aware of the Mass General Hospital Center for Women's Mental Health?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Do they offer seminars and programs as well as research articles?
I believe they do.
Okay. Do you know that Mass General Center for Women's Mental Health about a year ago issued a fairly major study and various recommendations for people that are dealing with women that have postpartum periods and how they break up the periods? You familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So if I suggest to you that in that particular Mass General Hospital article, it goes on about postpartum period, and do you agree that the postpartum period, 85% of women that are pregnant or after pregnancy experience some type of mood disturbance? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Would you agree that 10 to 15% of women develop more significant symptoms of depression or anxiety?
I agree.
Okay. And then postpartum psychiatric illness is then divided into three categories. One sounds like something out of the 50s, postpartum blues. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before, right?
Correct.
And it can be bothersome, it can be aggravating, it can be intrusive, but it's not threatening the life of the mother or a baby or anybody else, right?
Correct.
And it's fairly common, right?
Correct.
Number two would be postpartum depression. Now, that's a different issue, correct?
Yes.
And number three would be postpartum psychosis.
Somebody needs to make a song out of that.
Yes.
Postpartum blues.
Now, postpartum depression,
Sikorsky.
prior to morphing, if you will, into postpartum psychosis, consists of a number of symptoms, symptomology, right? For you to diagnose a woman, whether she's pregnant, has the baby, or after having the baby, with postpartum depression, there are certain things that are symptoms that you look for, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of which would be depressed or sad mood, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Yes.
Next would be tearfulness, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Correct.
Next one would be loss of interest in social activities or usual activities or friends. She had that, right?
Correct.
Feelings of guilt. She had that, right?
She didn't express feelings of guilt.
Okay. Feelings of worthlessness. Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she have that?
She did not express fatigue, but
Were
lack of sleep.
I know lack of sleep. Were you aware that, in fact, that she had indicated that she was so wiped out that she couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't put her feet on the ground, and if she did, she felt heavy?
I did not hear that from her.
Okay. How about, you mentioned it, you got it, sleep disturbance is another issue, correct?
Correct.
She had that, right?
Yes.
Change in appetite, she had that, lost 10, 15 pounds, right?
Yes.
Poor concentration, she had that, right? She said she was numb, she could
Yes.
not focus. Suicidal thoughts,
Yes.
we know she didn't have a plan, but she had suicidal thoughts, right?
Correct.
So under the Mass General Hospital research project for women that are suffering from postpartum issues, she pretty much hit every one of the postpartum depression symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about if it increases in severity, significant anxiety symptoms may occur. Not generalized anxiety. Significant anxiety symptoms can occur. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you determine that is by the test that it can be administered to a person who is in a postpartum status, and that would be what we talked about, the Edinburgh test, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given the Edinburgh test and had a 23 out of 30, I think it was.
I was not aware.
Okay. And some women develop panic attacks referred to as hypochondriasis. You'd agree with that, right?
Agree with that in reference to.
Lindsay, she had panic attacks and complained of having panic attacks.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can get into the various diagnoses of which, on a postpartum person, that time frame, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, right?
Correct.
Or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, right?
Are you using them interchangeably or could develop?
Trust me, let's say bipolar 1,
Yeah.
okay? So that would be one mental disease, correct?
Correct.
And it's pretty serious stuff, right?
Yes.
And if a person is diagnosed as bipolar, one of the things that you shouldn't, if you know, is prescribe SSRIs such as Prozac or Zoloft, right? If you know.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Would you agree that with various cases dealing with postpartum depression, all of the symptoms that we talked about, they utilize the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which is a 10-item questionnaire that can identify women that have postpartum depression and the severity that they have. And on the scale, a score of 12 or greater it raises concern and indicates a need for more thorough evaluation, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was thoroughly evaluated by anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
Correct.
And its presentation can be very dramatic with onset of symptoms, and that can be within a year, according to the CDC, Center for Disease Control,
Yes.
right? Okay. And when it hits you, it just hits you, bang, quick, right?
Correct.
And when you think about 2 out of 1,000 people, seems like a daunting number, but if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not sure of that number, but
Well, if you agree that it's 2 out of 1,000 according to the studies and the statistics, and if Fenway Park has 37,000 seats, times 2 would be 74.
okay.
That's a pretty large number of people, right? 74 people out of that crowd? Okay. It's not that horribly unusual. I mean, it's something that perhaps you've dealt with in your practice, right?
Yes.
And when you're dealing with people with postpartum psychosis, do you agree that generally they present with an episode of bipolar illness? If you know.
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Bottom line is, from your dealing with Lindsay, she appeared to be sincere, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be looking for help, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be hurting, right?
Yes.
Turning in every direction she could for help, right?
Correct.
And the last time you saw her was when?
December 19th.
Thank you very much.
Attorney Bucky.
Briefly, please. Ms. Dukes, you indicated that you didn't review the records of Nurse Paula or Nurse Gelada.
Correct.
Why?
I wanted to have a fresh set of eyes to look at the situation and to assess it when she came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right, where you do your own intake, you assess diagnostics for determining whether there's any sort of mental illness, right?
Correct.
And while you can collaborate or speak with the providers about an overall treatment for the patient, your therapy is your therapy.
Correct.
And as far as your role, you don't have any role in medication management, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so when the note read current medications, is that just based on what pre-fills for the patient, based on their historical records for the clinic?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know what she was prescribed and when, and if all of those prescriptions were active. You just know what's in the computer.
Correct.
And as far as the timeline here for the recommendations for partial hospitalization, I just want to make sure that we're clear. You had been for some time recommending some sort of partial hospitalization program, correct?
Correct.
And on December 12th, you had already talked to Lindsay Clancy about the Women and Infants program, had you not?
Correct.
And so when she told you on the 12th that she was starting that program in Norwell, that wasn't from your referral, right?
No.
And you still recommended Women and Infants.
Correct.
And you got her consent on that visit, right?
Yes.
And on the 19th, when you saw her, were you aware that she had been at the Mass General ER on December 15th for evaluation?
No.
And that she had reported then to them that she opted for an outpatient program at Women and Infants as opposed to going inpatient to McLean? Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. And when you met with her on the 19th, after the visit to the ER, she still hadn't engaged with Women and Infants, had she?
No.
And so you had to re-refer her.
Yes.
But you weren't aware that she had already gotten a referral from Mass General.
No.
And so you did later learn she went on December 20th, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to review those records about this visit to the 20th? So you don't know that the ultimate plan and assessment for her was that they didn't think she qualified for the program, but they provided her with several options for other inpatient treatments for medication management, partial hospitalization, and general mental health. Did you know that?
No.
And as of your last meeting with her on December 19th, ultimately, what were your impressions of how she was doing?
My impression was that her symptoms were improving because of the social aspects, spending time with family and friends and able to exercise when before it was difficult for her to engage or pay attention.
And your observations of her while you were interacting with her, were they more positive than on previous occasions?
The defense went a lot easier on her than I thought.
Thank you.
What was she laughing about? When was it she was laughing with you?
I believe that was the last visit, the 19th.
So on the 19th, it was on television or was it in person?
It was a virtual visit, a video
Virtual visit.
Yes.
And on the 19th, on the virtual visit, what was the purpose of that visit?
The purpose of that visit was to see if she was able to connect with care.
Okay. So you would have, I guess, in your notes or reference to the fact that on the 19th of December that she was laughing.
Not that she was laughing, but that she was able to laugh.
Able to laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking here on December 19th, telemedicine, Letitia, I apologize, Dukes, perinatal behavior health program, And you talk in that form about the date of the service, December 19th, psychotherapy, PCP, Margaret, that would be the primary care, Margaret Anastasia. Perinatal behavioral health program, you talk with the quote, if this is telehealth visit, please dot the phrase video visit, whatever. Therapeutic intervention, she's 32 years old, married, female, presents for postpartum anxiety. Symptom management, patient continues to have low mood and numbness. Numbness. Was she laughing when she had numbness?
What date are you looking at?
December 19th, the last day you saw her, or the last time you had any contact with her.
She didn't appear to have that, no.
She didn't appear to have what, laughing or numbness?
Numbness.
Well, it says right in the notes, does it not? The patient continues to have low mood and numbness.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to say yes unless I can show it to you. So, the patient continues to have low mood and numbness, right?
Correct.
Patient has not had suicidal ideation and did not need crisis intervention over the weekend. In other words, she didn't kill herself, right?
Correct.
To help with the mood, patient has been spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, right?
Yes.
And exercise is one of the things that you generally, your people generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, or they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
It doesn't mean that she's just out there having a good time exercising, right?
Objection.
No, overall.
She was told that that's a good thing to do, right?
She was told that that was a good thing to do, but the fact that she's able to follow through and do it shows improvement.
Oh, okay. So when did she go to the gym?
She didn't give me exact dates. These are things that
Did
she
you ever
told me
ask
she
her?
did.
Did you ever ask her, if you're telling me that, this is showing improvement, is it in the records? Does it indicate that you asked her if she was exercising, and if so, where and when?
So we don't write down everything that we talk about in the meeting. It's particularly a summary of that visit.
Okay. And all I did was ask you about the patient was spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, and then you said that that's an indication that she's improving.
Correct.
Okay. And then I asked you if she's going to a gym. That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then it says that she received a call, and counsel asked you about this. She received a call from women and infants, but missed the call. Do you remember that? Remember the DA asking you that question? You said that she missed the call.
Yes.
She didn't continue to read that the reason she missed the call is that she was at another
Every
funeral,
time he approaches
right?
Correct.
the witness,
back,
he
right?
gets tougher
Yeah.
when he gets close up to him like that. He starts getting tough.
Clinician, would be you, provided contact information for women and infants. Patient reported that she would contact them today, meaning December 19th, but in fact, she did, and you did with, back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
Okay, let's do that. You got it? Let me see, please. Okay. Now, what's a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is to assess how the person is appearing that day, their mood and their interaction with you in that visit and how you perceive them.
Okay. So, with the help from the DA, we have December 19th, the telemedicine from clinical notes, right?
Yes.
The laughing wouldn't be in that area, would it?
No, it would be more so in this area.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mental status exam, right? Mm-hmm. Appearance, hygiene, WNL.
Within normal limits.
Okay. Clothing normal, eye contact normal, build normal, posture normal, body movement normal, right?
Yes.
Behavior is cooperative, right?
Yes.
and speech is within normal limits, is that correct?
Correct.
Emotional state, affect. Patient reports feeling numb and having low mood for most of the day, right?
Yes.
Facial expression, other. Facial expression, calm, was able to laugh and smile, right?
Yes.
Would that be in response to you saying something funny, or why was she laughing?
That would be in response to me saying something funny.
So you guys were kind of bonding a little bit.
Yes.
All right. But she basically still continued to report that she was numb, having low mood, and basically the symptomology that she had already reported, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right, Como? All right, thank you. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you. All right, Como, you want to call your next witness?
I'm also call Cameron Daly as its next witness, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class will be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Cameron Daly,
And how do you spell your first name?
Cameron.
And can you just spell your last name for the record?
Daley.
And where do you work?
Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been there?
6.5 years.
And back in January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
Patrolman.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023. Were you asked to do a particular assignment out of Duxbury in that evening?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
Report to Brigham and Women's Hospital
And why were you going there?
for hospital watch of the suspect.
And that individual was Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Was there already a Duxbury officer on scene at Brigham and Women's when you got there?
Yes, 2.
2?
Yes.
And who were they?
Officer Lepard and Officer Broderick.
And when you arrived at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody else with you?
I was with another officer, Officer Thomas Johnson.
Okay. And were you able to make observations of the suspect, of the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, on that day?
Yes.
And she was asleep, was she not?
Correct.
And she had medical devices attached to her?
Yes.
Was she being treated by the medical staff there at Brigham?
Yes, periodically.
Okay. And were you inside or outside the room, if you know?
Outside the room.
And were any visitors or any other people other than the medical staff in that room with her while you were there?
No.
And from the 24th into the 25th, what time did you leave the next day on the 25th?
So I reported to the hospital on the 25th.
Oh, okay.
I was there. I arrived at 10 a.m.
So your shift there at the hospital was what?
I got there at 10 a.m. I left about 7 p.m. that night, but it was an 8 to 4 scheduled patrol shift.
Okay, and you said that was on the 25th?
Correct.
And you took over for Officer Lepard?
Correct. Who were there on the overnight previous.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And when you left that next evening on the 25th at 7 p.m., was there another Duxbury officer who came to relieve you, or who came to relieve you?
No, at that time, State Police Detective McDonald arrived on scene with his crime scene team, and then Plymouth County Sheriff deputies came to take over the hospital watch.
And during that entire shift that you were there, were any attorneys or any other individuals in the room to see Ms. Clancy?
No.
And did you go back to the hospital for any shifts after that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Were you in uniform?
Yes,
Had your gun on?
correct.
Had your badge?
Yes, sir.
The other guy too?
Yes, sir.
You were gonna what, guard the woman that was tied to the bed?
Correct.
That's all we have.
Anything?
Nothing right
All right, thank you, sir. Let me sit down. Thank you. All right. So members of the jury, rather than start another witness for just a couple of minutes, we're going to break, take the afternoon recess at this point. The plan would be to come back approximately 2 o'clock, come right back, resume with the Commonwealth's case. I'll remind you again, I think you probably know what I'm going to say. No talking about this case. Don't do any research about this. Don't read anything about it. While you're on break, don't go anywhere that has anything to do with this case. Take the next hour. Just kind of put this out of your head. We'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. Find yourself a notebook. This, call me.
All right, Council Fair, just for 1 second, sidebar, just for a minute.
All right, all right. As we can see, lunchtime. Went 5 minutes early today. There's the link in the chat. If anybody wants to come up, say what's going on, talk about this case, talk about anything, you're free to join me up on stage. It'll be the first time using this particular platform to talk with guests. Getting used to it. Doesn't seem to be that bad. I'm starting to get a little bit used to it. If not, I'm going to go find us something else to watch. In the meantime, y'all want to watch the Patrick Clancy, the dad's testimony? We can do that again today like we did yesterday. Just got to let me know. Well, that's pretty cool. You can change the landscape right here in the studio. Add stream. Nobody wants to talk. Nobody wants to volunteer to come up. I'm going to go find something else. Resume from yesterday. Well, that's a lot going on. Yeah.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway, is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. They, for some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 in the morning.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st then of 2023, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times, is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Okay. Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
Okay. And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything, yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess, and we'll see you about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. Good. Close your notebooks, place them on your chairs. Follow me.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address before the break?
No.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes,
And did you, in fact, bring her home for, that day?
I picked her up, yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. We could have them mark this the next 4 exhibits.
All right. They may be marked.
So showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, could I see you at the sidebar?
So, sir, if you could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests at that time.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in 2020?
He was into firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
baby? And then just showing you quickly Exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January 2023?
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
Okay. And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt,
It's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt,
Cora.
and in the gray jacket,
Lindsay.
and here pushing the carriage.
That's me.
And is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor?
see again sidebar?
Your Honor, at this time, we'd move to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. Did we, you submit a copy of that later?
No, there's the full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum. And we could get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification. Museum of Science video. Exhibit C, silver. And the museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You go out," and it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top.
It's me.
And then in the bathing suit here with the
It's
ponytail.
Cora.
And then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit?
Yep.
Okay. We can go to the video with the court's permission.
How long?
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
We could go to 647.
Now that I'm seeing the kids, getting pissed off. Gotta stop.
Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lizzie and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see. We could go to 1406. 1625. Sir, here at 1625. That Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together.
Yeah.
We can go to 1745. The same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please. You're up in the corner here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. I move to submit the card photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight. Thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son,
Okay. And who was that dad?
Adam Schwabach.
Okay. And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. If you can take a look.
Yeah.
Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits, Your Honor.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Your Honor. And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you a selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
Okay. And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carney's, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
Okay. And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next exhibit.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school, so she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
Sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday,
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
Exhibit 21 and 22 somewhere? Publishing these. Exhibit 21 and exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going and forth between you and Lindsay that morning or that day.
Right. This is it says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay.
Pause right quick. Viewer discretion advised. So on and so forth. Doing this for fair use, making this video my own. Let's listen back in.
Lindsay sending you the photos of the kids in the snow, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days? I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
Okay. And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
It's the doorway by the basement door.
Okay. And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, could I see both sidebar here? At that time, I'm going to ask Ms. Sprague if you could recall that witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recall Patrick Clancy.
Come on, this way. I want you to watch your steps. So you get an jury.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right, good morning, sir. All right, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he would be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
You could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
All right, any objection? That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
You have the map. just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Stone Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
Okay. And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If you could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And what did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She entered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialex at CVS?
Yes.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right, that may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
Be 27 and 28.
We have the original marked as 27. And the timeline is 28, please.
It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen, this green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
All right. That may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right. Thank you.
You could pull up the 3D video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on the screen. Now, 5:54:15 p.m. Is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related, it could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3D Restaurant for Mediterranean Powerball and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately, is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted. Can I see counsel just very briefly?
Having another sidebar. Just gonna throw a quick pause in here for a few seconds, and we'll start it right back up. Just like that. Maybe he had to go to the bathroom.
I think that the receipt marked as the next exhibit.
And they're back.
All right. And subject to the court's order, that may be admitted.
Sir, after picking up the order at 3V, where did you go next?
Home.
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route, one exit on the highway, and then went home.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home, front and back, are sequentially as exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
Keep an eye on the courtroom too. When they come back in, we'll go back in live coverage. Yeah, come on.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left garage.
Yeah.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing
Welcome,
the front
sir.
door, it's to the left, there's a fence there, is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 37,
Yeah, the
can you tell us what we're seeing
courtroom
here?
camera people can let you down
It's the back of the house
for sure, right?
and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And Exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Dawson's, okay. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo, there's a sliding glass door. Where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there was a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked as the next exhibit, please.
They may be minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photo, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right at the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you exhibit 40, is that where you place the bags on the island and kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house was really quiet.
Was that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out.
And who did you call out to?
Everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay, was that a phone call?
Yeah,
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
yeah,
And did she answer?
no.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they tape to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
Could have this photo Mr. Next.
It may be admitted.
Exhibit 42. You said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 43. Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
It may be admitted.
So showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room and looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls and the bedding, correct.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
Yeah.
They're showing you this phone with this light brown case. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you came around, whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window, and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard,
And where in the backyard was she?
at the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing right below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as an exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 48. Showing you exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took force responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do you do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was.
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room. And then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
Just pausing right quick. Hello, hello. I'm fading in and out. Like flicker fade. Just different. Court is still not back in session. As a matter of fact, here it comes right now. So let me jump over there and get us back into that. And we can watch more of this on the next break. 1 second, please, guys. Thank you. Scratch that. The judge come on camera briefly, just like me. Said a few words, and then it went right back to the seal of Massachusetts. The Great Seal of Massachusetts. So we can watch more of Patrick testify. And yeah, he seems to be getting more emotional now. I can tell it. So I'll keep an eye on the courtroom too. And I will resume this video right about now.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And
Hello, Angel.
do you recall
Glad you could join in.
whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as
On me. The judge was giving media warnings, whatever that means, and the girl of the hour seems to be a little upset, y'all. Not sure what's going on. Let me go over here and get rid of this chat. Go away, chat.
You all set? All right, yeah. Ready for the jury.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Should be all better now, y'all. My apologies.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of
Ash,
the record,
what are
we
you
return
talking
back
about,
to the
sir?
trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everybody, thank you for your patience. We'll give you a
Please
couple extra
explain
minutes
to us,
look
Ash.
at the solar eclipse while you're out.
I was busy.
So what we're going to do is we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. And
Let me get the
Commonwealth,
screen.
call your next witness, please.
Prior to the witness, Your Honor,
And off the audio.
is the next exhibit.
Y'all don't forget to like. Angel, hit that like button.
Excerpted
Please, thank
pages
you.
from the South
Love you.
Shore Health System Perinatal Behavioral Health Program regarding the last witness, Letitia Dukes.
Okay, any objection?
By agreement, Judge.
All right, so it's by agreement.
226.
We would call Nicole Bradley as the next witness, please.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I object. It's not contested. I don't think it's necessary, so I object.
All right. Same finding.
Yes.
Good afternoon. You stop right here, raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. Thanks. Just going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yeah. Nicole Bradley,
And where do you work?
Plymouth County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there?
I'm an assistant superintendent of the Field Services Division.
And as one of the roles of the Field Services Division, does the Sheriff's Department engage in what's called hospital watch?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us very briefly what that is?
Yep. So if any safekeep detainee or inmate goes over to the hospital, we use our deputies and matrons to cover them on a security watch.
And are the employees from the Sheriff's Department who are on those watches required to log the activity of who comes and goes from the individuals who they are there to watch?
Yes, they are.
And are those records kept in the normal course of business at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with those records and what they look like?
Yes, I am.
If I may approach?
Okay. All right. You want to approach and then?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Then there'll be no objection.
Just going to show you a packet. If you could take a quick look at that.
Yep. Yep.
And does that packet reflect the hospital logs that are kept by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar that between January 25th, 2023 and February 3rd of 2023, that the Sheriff's Department engaged in hospital watch on a patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I am.
All right. Those may be admitted.
227.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Renee Stonebridge.
Same objection as decided by a judge. It's
Okay.
not contested,
All
it's
right.
not necessary.
All right. Same finding, same analysis. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that an outcome between the court and the defendant will hold to the nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. Thank you.
Watch your step, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, ReneeStonebridge.
Where do you work?
I work at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the Boston office.
And what department do you work for?
I work for the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since July of 2017.
And can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I did 4 years of college at SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in German languages and literature and biology. And then I did 4 years at the American University of Antigua, where I got my medical degree. I also graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. I also served as chief resident during my final year there, so 2016 to 2017. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the chief medical examiner. And then after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital. And I am board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and neuropathology.
What is neuropathology?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, the dura, the eyes, and spinal cord, and muscle.
What is your role at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts?
My role there is the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology. I'm also a medical examiner, but my primary focus is brains and hearts.
And so will there be an occasion where a medical examiner is doing an autopsy and they will send you either a brain or eyes or things of that nature to examine?
Yes.
And why are those things sent to you in particular?
We have certain criteria that is followed for a neuropathology consult to occur. Some occasions are any children under the age of 2. I am to receive the brain, typically the spinal cord, depends on circumstances, the eyes and the dura as well. Also, if there's any suspicion of some type of homicidal injury to the head, blunt trauma, typically, those cases will typically come to me as well. Sometimes there are cases in which it may just be something that is a surprise. One of the MEs is doing the autopsy, the head is opened up and they see something unexpected. They see something that may be hard to diagnose as someone who is not neuropathology trained, or maybe something like a tumor that is unexpected, or a rare neurologic disease, neurodegenerative disease that requires further neuropathologic evaluation.
And were you tasked with doing some examinations regarding Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
And specifically for Cora Clancy, what did you examine?
For Clancy, I examined the eyes.
And what were your findings when you examined her eyes?
The findings when I examined the eyes were that there was acute hemorrhage of the extraocular muscles and adipose tissue. So when the eyes are taken out, this happens after the brain comes out of the skull. And there is a thin portion of bone in the bottom frontal portion of the skull where that bone is broken and the eyes can then be examined on the inside of the head. Obviously, they're examined also on the outside of the head as well. But you can look at the optic nerve and you can look at the tissue that is surrounding the eyes. So the eyes are within the head with some muscle and some adipose tissue. So there was hemorrhage in these portions of adipose tissue and muscle that is surrounding the eye itself. And then also one of the findings was that the optic nerve sheath on the left side has some punctate hemorrhage. So the eyes, they're sitting in the head, and then there's the optic nerve that connects to the back of the eye and goes to the brain, which sends these signals so people can see. And there was some hemorrhage in this portion surrounding the nerve that connects the left eye.
And are you able to determine by seeing these hemorrhages what caused them?
Hemorrhages themselves are a very general finding. However, given the entirety of the case, knowing what I know from the autopsy findings, I can say consistent with something asphyxial.
And why is it that when there's something asphyxial, that means strangulation of some type, correct?
Yes, it can be.
Why is it that these types of hemorrhages occur in the eye?
What happens when there's some sort of asphyxial element to a person, it could be from many different things, but what happens is the blood in the head, if there's, say, some type of compression of the neck or something else that causes asphyxia, there's many things, but if there's some sort of compression, the blood basically gets kind of stuck in the head area, and because the blood can't flow back down through the body, what happens is there's little tiny blood vessels. They're in the eyes, they're in the skin, in the mouth, all over the head region. They basically get blocked up with this blood because it can't move, and these little blood vessels will burst, which leads to these little hemorrhages.
And in terms of Dawson Clancy, what did you examine with Dawson Clancy?
For Dawson Clancy, I examined the eyes as well.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was also some acute hemorrhages in these muscle and adipose tissue surrounding the eyes. And then the right eye had some small hemorrhages in the posterior retina and the optic nerve sheath. So the back of the eye, there's the retina within the eye, and the retina connects with the optic nerve at the back portion of the eye. And in this case, there was a little bit of hemorrhage at that connection point where the retina connects to the optic nerve.
And what is hemorrhage?
Hemorrhage itself is just blood that is no longer contained in a blood vessel.
So it's burst from that vessel?
Correct.
And then in terms of Callan Clancy, what did you examine with Callan Clancy?
For Callan Clancy, I examined the brain, the dura, the spinal cord, and the eyes.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was hypoxic ischemic changes. Essentially, that means that there has been some sort of incident which has caused the brain to have a certain period of time in which blood and oxygen flow were not appropriate. So in this case, there was a time frame in which there was no blood going to the brain, there wasn't enough oxygen going to the brain, and the brain will show certain findings in these sort of circumstances. One of the things I note is that there's edema. Edema is when the brain starts to swell. Edema is also a very general finding. It can happen in many instances, but the edema basically means that the brain starts to swell, so you don't have the nice kind of bumpy pattern on the brain. It starts to swell up and it gets a little more flattened because the brain is encased in the skull, so now it's pressing against the skull because it's swelling, getting bigger. One of the other things I noted with that was that there was compression of the ventricles. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system inside the brain that allow for the cerebral spinal fluid to flow through the brain and go into the spinal cord. And when the brain starts to swell up, it not only swells up outwards, but swells inwards on itself as well. So these ventricles that are located in the inside portion of the brain are starting to get kind of squashed because the brain is swelling. Another thing I noted was that the brain was diffusely friable, meaning that it's very soft. So one of the things I do on all my brain cases is they go into formalin. The formalin allows them to fix, which basically firms up the tissue. And it makes the tissue more easy to manipulate. A fresh brain coming out of a skull is very soft. It's very easy to damage it. It's very easy to put your fingers through it if you're not careful. So one of the things that gets done is the brains will go into formalin. I typically will let them fix for about 2 weeks or so. And sometimes, regardless of the fixation time at the formalin, sometimes the brain still will not firm up the way it should, because if I'm receiving a brain and it's already has hypoxic ischemic changes, the formalin is only going to penetrate the tissue so much because the tissue is essentially already dead.
Can I just stop you for a second? What is hypoxic ischemic changes?
Hypoxic ischemic changes is when you are getting lack of blood and oxygen flow. So hypoxic is the oxygen portion and ischemic is the blood portion.
So with Callan's brain was consistent with a lack of blood and oxygen?
Correct, yes.
Which then led to brain death?
Correct, yes.
How long, based on your training and experience, does it take for a brain to start dying after the loss of blood flow and oxygen?
It varies based on different sources. Most sources say it's between about 6 to 8 minutes. If there is no oxygen flow, then the brain will essentially start dying. It depends on, if there's resuscitation that occurs afterwards, but it's generally in the frame of 6 to 8 minutes or so.
And once brain tissue dies, it can't be brought back, correct?
Correct, yes.
I have nothing further, thank you.
You're welcome.
Creighton? Hold on here. Counsel, hold on. We're going to take a short break. All right? So why don't this will be a very short break. Come out, we'll come right back. Okay?
Court, all right. Jury, close the notebooks. Please come to chairs, please. This way.
We'll be in a short recess in the courtroom.
Everybody in the courtroom.
There's the emotion. Pretty sad. Hard to feel sorry for her, though. It's a short break. I see you, Flicker. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have one not guilty verdict in the chat. If you want to come up here and chop it up a little bit while we wait, that's fine. If not, I can just read some comments, y'all. Just think about that. Doug says, I feel terrible. This is the lady that got to open up 3 unalived children and use science to give the state an official cause and manner of death. Yeah, right. For real, Doug. I'm not even sure you say she got to. She had to, yeah. Right, Flicker. Either way you look at it, it's bad for the kids, you know, to hear that testimony. Well, first to see them earlier, like we saw them on film, and the whole family was together, and they were going swimming and doing the different things, and then to imagine something like that happening that day to those poor kids, and now hearing the after effects of it, it's horrific. No matter which side you're on, or who you think did it, or who didn't do it. I mean, can't lose sight of the kids here. It's a terrible, terrible thing that happened to them poor babies, man. They didn't ask for none of this shit. Maybe as a society, we can figure out not to be pumping everybody full of down pills all the time trying to solve problems. You know, there's other things that you can do. There's natural remedy. There's going for a walk. There's getting a break from the kids. There's going to prayer. There's all kind of different things that can be done to, instead of just one pill after another pill after another pill. And that's my opinion. As a society in America, we are overprescribed medication, plain and simple, and they make money off of it. And that's the answer for everything, in my opinion. One guilty verdict on the panel of one. Wait now. I have not said guilty or not guilty. You don't know that. Flicker said she would lose her shit. And in some cases now it works, and it works fine, and it's prescribed correctly. I have literally woke up to somebody passed away right beside me when it's not prescribed correctly. Xanax and Klonopins prescribed to somebody that has a pill addiction was a terrible idea. And while I was sleeping, they passed away right next to me in the bed. So I've seen the adverse effects too. I've seen the good side of it, and I've seen the bad side of it. But as a whole in society, throwing pills at problems every single time is not the answer. And that's what MDs do. Medical doctors do that. It's because that's what they believe in. They don't believe in natural remedies. They don't necessarily, a lot of them do believe in prayer, and they'll tell you that kind of thing, and yoga or something, for God's sake. If you don't believe in God, go do the downward dog or something. I mean, you got to do something to get that shit off of you. So, and definitely if you're having those kind of mental issues, don't be left alone with the kids. That would be the biggest thing. And hopefully people can learn from this case, and they should have already learned from other cases, is when people are having mental episodes, is you got to protect the kids first. If she jumps out a window and don't hurt no kids, I mean, it's bad too, but you know, the innocent children wouldn't have had to suffer. So, well, hello, Michelle. Cases in Conversation. Very nice to see you here. Just having a little bit of conversation with the chat. And my panel of one. Justine laughs at me for having a panel of one. But hey, I have a panel. Some people have a panel of none. So there's that. And I built me a new house this morning. I hope y'all like it. Can hardly wait, Michelle. When y'all go, you and Max take off to Arizona, it's going to be really cool. I know a lot of the guys are already out there exploring with Jim's out there on his motorcycle. Mark the Shark is out there. I kept him on the TV all night last night, even while I slept. He woke me up a few times, but he was out there searching and droning and everything else in the middle of the night last night. That was pretty cool. Thank you, Justine. I'm kind of fond of my panel. At least fond enough not to be jumping out any windows or anything. That much I can tell you is true. I agree, Michelle. It's a very, very sad case. I don't know if he was watching before court went into break just now. She was over there breaking down, crying pretty hard. Going to be there on Sunday. Yeah, hopefully you will. Maybe they'll stay out there for a while. And I hear some other folks, I'm not going to say no names. I'll let them tell their plans if they want to. But other people are heading that way as well. So, and they seem to think, they say they have a feeling something's going to break. I got a feeling that they're not going all the way to Arizona because they have a feeling something's going to break. I think maybe they have a tip that something's about to go down. I apologize if y'all can hear that air conditioner running. Well, looky here. That pops up in a different place, but luckily I seen Doug there. And I attempted to add him to the stage. Doug?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but I don't see you nowhere.
You don't see me nowhere.
Not yet. I think it's because I don't have the right
Oh, my
screen.
camera's on. It's on my phone,
box.
so I can barely even see the screen.
I see your box now. So
I'll join you so you're not all alone up here, man. I got you, buddy.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. And you're not a nobody, even though your screen says Doug, and at the bottom of that it says nobody.
Yeah, that was intentional.
Was it? Thank you. So what do you think about that, Justine? Now I got two people on the panel. Doug loves me enough to come up and say hello. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I saw you over there at Devil Dog for a little bit last night. That was the first time. He seems like a pretty cool guy. It's the first time I ever actually stopped and listened to him or anything.
Oh, yeah, DD's pretty great.
I don't know why he's got that Chris guy on there, though. I'm just joking about that.
Oh, boy. Chris is funny, too.
Right, he is.
We was on a ghost adventure last night on Sikorsky. It was pretty fun.
Oh, okay. He should definitely be covering this trial. You know, it's from his neck of the woods there.
Yeah, it's both of ours. We're both up here in Mass, so that's why I've been following it.
How do you say sidebar?
Sidebar? I mean, most people will probably say sidebar, but
yeah, right.
I say sidebar.
Yeah, you say it pretty normal. I had
Yeah,
another
because
buddy.
I'm pretty far away from Boston. So the closer you go, the further you go east. I'm all the way on the other side of the state. So I'm closer to New York City than I am
Right
actually to
on.
Boston. So I got a kind of a different accent than most people.
Yeah, I had a buddy. His name is Dale Albee. He's from up that way, and he actually moved down here south, but he didn't have no thick accent or anything either. He's a real cool guy though.
Yeah. Cool
Michelle
Dell.
says Max and I will be heels on the ground very soon.
Awesome. We're looking forward to that, Michelle.
Absolutely. Have him wear a wig too. Oh, wait a minute. Here comes Angel Eyes. This is a different streaming platform today, man. So I'm having to keep
I
an
thought it
eye.
was weird. We're on Restream, it looks like, right? Yeah, this isn't. All right, I got you had to do that because your allotted time or whatever.
Yep. And even though I deleted the recordings and everything, like Truth Warrior told me to, they still didn't allow me. So it's supposed to reset today, but it resets on the exact hour that you started. So I don't know if I did it at night or when I did it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I gotcha.
Angel, are you here? I have added you to the stream. It should be
Can you
popping
hear
up
me?
now. Any
Hey,
second.
Angel Eyes, we hear you.
Hi, Doug. How are you doing?
I'm good, boss.
You hear him?
So,
I don't hear
what
him.
did I miss today? I haven't been really paying attention to her today. So, what
You
did I
can hear
miss
him
today?
good, Doug? Everybody say hello to Brenda. Doug, can you still hear me?
Can you hear me?
Uh-oh. If y'all can hear me, you may have to go out and come back in because I can't hear Doug or Angel Eyes anymore.
All right, I'll back out.
Now I heard
I'll come
something.
back in.
I'm still here, Wayne.
Okay, cool. You can hear
Sorry, I
Angel talking?
had to go use the little boy's room real quick.
That's what I thought I heard.
Can you still hear me though?
Now
I
I
hear
can hear
you,
you.
Angel.
Okay.
I don't see any box for you. Now I see a box up on the TV, just not here in the restream. So takes some getting used to. When you come up on this, it's on the right-hand top corner to add you to the stage instead of down here where it normally is on StreamYard.
So, are you liking this free stream platform, or you don't like it?
I'm having to get used to it. It seems to be a little more glitchy. And the chat froze up earlier, so I had to refresh the page, and I thought I almost lost the entire stream, but it did come back. So, and all my viewers came back with it, so that was good.
Oh yeah, well,
right where you said you were trying to figure it out, it froze in the chat, and everybody kept chatting, and I could see it up on my TV, but I couldn't see it right here in Restream anymore. So,
oh well, maybe I ought to just stick to StreamYard then.
right. That's what I'll probably go back to because I'm used to it, and like the graphics and what is that, the widgets and stuff like that, they didn't seem to have as much to offer as the free StreamYard does.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So-
I'll play around with it for a little while today and see what's going on, you know.
So, Douglas, what did I miss today? I haven't been paying attention to her today. What did I miss?
You and me both. I just played catch up and I listened to it didn't seem like as much fireworks happened today as the past two witnesses. But I mean, the ME pretty much, she was pretty, I mean, her testimony is important.
Oh yeah. Well, I kind of been concerned because I've been getting like these bursts of like downpours like 4 times today, and like my yard's like turning into a lake over here, and I'm concerned about us having flooded streets and stuff.
Uh-oh.
Where you at, Angel? You're in
It's
Indiana, right?
Central Indiana.
Yeah. Y'all ever had floods there?
Yeah, when it gets this much rain, all these country roads where I live flood.
Thank you for the 5 stars, Brenda. You know, I always appreciate that. I got to shout that out.
Hey, you know what I was going to tell you about her? Yesterday, when I was, when Pretty let me restream hers to my channel, Brenda gave me 4 stars, so I didn't even get 5. I got 4.
You got 3 in the chat today. She just gave you 3. So what are you doing wrong, dude? Just kidding.
I'm about to ask her.
She used to do that to me, and I started complaining about only getting 2 or 3 stars. I was like, hold up. But I did show up on her panel, and she was doing a test run to get used to StreamYard and stuff. So she said for the rest of this week that I get 5 stars. So
Yeah, well,
you got to work for
I showed
buddy.
up to her. I showed up to her live, but I was only there for like the last 3 minutes. So I said, "Damn, I apologize. I'm only here for the tail end of it." And she's like, "It's okay. At least you were here." And so I said, "Okay, well,
Right.
I'm still only getting 4 stars."
I didn't even get a rating,
like-
so I don't know if that's good or bad.
Right. The jury's
I
still
got
out
no
with you,
stars.
Doug.
Yeah.
But she did get
Yeah,
a
well-
frog named after you, Doug.
She knows she knows I'm giving her, she knows I'm joking with her and giving her help because I like to do that sometimes.
Right on. Right on. Yeah, Doug got a frog named after him today. I told Flicker Phage, I said, what are you going to name this frog? And she said she don't know. And hold on just a second. She said she don't know. And then she said Doug. And I said, well, only if Doug shows up do we name frogs after Doug.
Yeah, I'm here.
You didn't get
I got
3
a frog
frogs.
named after you. That's better than any amount of stars.
Yeah, well, I think, to me, I think I'd rather have Brenda's 5 stars if she ever gets me 5 stars.
I'll take both. I'll take a 5-star frog. Man. Yep.
Right.
I think that's my link. If Melly is still here, if she could share Doug's channel in the chat and Michelle's in the chat too, that would be awesome. If you're still around.
Pretty Little Clues and mine.
Yeah. I don't know, Justine tried to start some problems about my panel earlier because I was the only one on here. I'm just kidding.
Well, she knows I love her to death. She's the greatest.
Oh, yeah, we love Justine. We love that Ash dude too.
Yeah, he's my buddy. I like him too.
Yeah, he don't always have the most popular opinion.
And Doug's
Everybody.
my buddy, and Melly's my buddy. And
wait a minute.
Melly's my buddy. You're my buddy. Doug's my buddy. And I don't know. I got a lot of buddies.
I got you, Wayne.
I can multitask. I forgot. Yes, you can. And I'm sure you're.
How come you haven't modded me yet, Wayne?
Hey, I had to go back and forth to mod. It almost broke my leg yesterday just to get Doug in here so he could.
I feel left out because you didn't add me. I feel left out, like for real. So are you going to PI 56's stream at 8 o'clock? Wayne?
Yes.
She tagged me in it the other day. So I feel like I need to be there because she tagged me in it.
Yeah, she sent me an email over. So, but it's hard to add anybody as a mod while you're streaming because you can't do it inside the stream platform. You have to go back to YouTube to do that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I always got my. That's why I got my other phone so I can keep an eye on your chat. Just read your chat while I'm talking to you.
Right. But I have no problem. I just don't like to. I don't want to delete nobody, even the trolls and stuff. I want to be kind of like JLR and let the chat kind of handle itself. You got the 3 dots right there that if you see somebody's comment you don't like or y'all start arguing, just hide each other. You know what I mean? Because some of the stuff when they come on here, these trolls and all these different haters and stuff, and they start threatening, I want that to stay in the live stream because that's evidence against them when they start threatening people's life and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And I can show that right there to the authorities, and I can show it in a court of law that, look, this person showed up in my chat and threatened another person's life.
Right.
And,
at least you're being protective of your chat.
I won't play with them. You know what I mean? I'll absolutely we'll take it to a court of law, just like this court of law right here, and we'll be sitting on the stand looking at each other instead of arguing online about shit.
Sorry, that was my other phone. I'm trying to mute it so I can.
You're all good, my friend. Don't you worry about nothing, Angel. You all right, dude.
Hey, at least Pretty gave me 5 stars. 1, 2, 3,
How
4.
about that?
She gave Doug 4 stars.
Yeah.
I'm lucky. I probably won't even get a star. If he thinks she's guilty, 1 star. If she thinks he did it, 5 stars.
So yeah, you got to give us some information before you get a
I'm
rating.
gonna go on record and say this to her right now. She knows I love her. She's the best.
Oh, she's trying to buy me over though. Isn't it like against the law to bribe the jurors?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Absolutely.
We ain't allowed to do that, I don't think.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Sidebar.
That's the thing that drives me nuts with this trial. Before they even start, they come in with the jury and they say, sidebar every
I
morning.
mean, they
I'm like,
did that first thing this morning too. The very first thing they did was call a sidebar. I was like, well, why did you even start the court for?
oh, that's
I'm
why
working
she gave Doug 4 stars.
Oh yeah.
In the pretty
no,
little part.
that's not bad though. I was only
Doug,
getting
did you
1 star, and I haven't even said my thoughts either way. I'm trying to be neutral because I'm the host. You know what I mean?
Yeah, try
Well,
to be swift.
sometimes you got to tell us how you feel, man. I'm telling you.
Hey, I seen
This is the
Jaylene, but I don't
longest
see
short
no
break
more.
ever for sure.
Jaylene in the chat? I don't see her.
I see her. Yep.
See
Thanks,
who?
Wayne. Maybe I'm on the wrong video.
Oh, I see her. She's in there. Let me say
She's
hi
in
to her.
there.
Oh yeah, JJ's here. What's up, JJ?
Drop a comment, Angel, in the chat.
I am right now to Jaylene.
This is the longest short break ever. I agree. It's like major long.
Now I
Thank
got
God
to tell her she's
we're going to be on a long break.
Someone just got fired. I think that's for you, Wayne. That can't be for me.
What happened? We get fired?
I don't know.
Jaylene
Jaylene
said
said
you're
you're
fired,
fired.
so I don't know who she's talking about.
It's got to be Wayne. It's his channel.
All right, Angel. There you go. I feel fired. I feel like I done been fired like 5 times today. I thought my hours were going to reset in StreamYard, and comes to find out it don't just reset on the particular day. It goes to the exact hour that you started StreamYard. So I don't even know when that was. It could have been 11. Could have been 11 o'clock at night for all I know.
You know what made me mad this morning when I got out of bed? Because I streamed for 4 hours because Justine lets me do that to get my hours up, and I
Right.
lost 7 hours. I went from 422 down to 417. So somehow I lost another 7 hours.
That would have pissed me off too, dude.
It pisses me off because I'm like, how did it go backwards? It's supposed to go up, not down.
Exactly that. Not down. All right.
Not down. Get to the top of down.
Y'all just remember, both moderators that are here, trolls help the stream. So we leave them in there and we let the chat moderate itself. Anybody can block anybody. You know, like Kim Wells blocked me a long time ago and she still hasn't unblocked me. I always see people telling her hey and stuff, and I don't never see her. But if I'm up on a panel, I see her though. So
Pretty Little Clues is a great mod. I must say that. I must recommend her too. She's great too.
Dang, Jaylene, why am I fired? If I'm fired, you're fired for using all caps.
Oh boy.
You know what that means. Jaylene says she's never been banned or put in timeout or anything. I told her that it was going to happen over here though. So if she keeps firing me, we're going to have to stick her in timeout, guys. What y'all think?
Well, you said you don't want to do that, so I probably won't do that.
It's just a joke. It's just a joke. We're gonna let it be what it be. You know, just like our boy JLR says, freedom of speech, let it roll. I know it gets tough over there, but if you can make it over there, you can make it anywhere.
Jalen, you're not a troll. Don't even say that, Jalen. You're not a troll. Don't even start with that.
Right. No, she don't. Flicker fade.
She said TLC's got me blocked. I don't think she does because She don't.
She
She
probably
wouldn't do
don't.
that
If she
on.
did, it's an accident. Have you seen that comment before I did? Angel Eyes.
Because I got your temple up.
I think this platform is just slow, y'all.
Yeah,
At
I
first,
think
I
so.
thought it was my laptop, but I don't think so. I think it's this platform right here. But you know, as long as I'm using this platform, we love Restream. It's
Yeah,
absolute
man,
best.
great.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Nope.
She likes it too much. She'd. Oh, I got it. She can't type today. She'd like it too much. You're right. If she got put in timeout or anything, Jaylene would like it too much. She'd be happy for the rest
Hey,
of the day. What's
Jalen's my
up?
buddy. Leave me alone.
Hi. Council, can I see you
We
sidebar?
are playing. They are back. You guys gonna hang?
Here we go.
Yes, I'll hang for a little
Yeah,
while.
I'm here.
All right. I'm going on mute. Well,
Yeah,
I
I'll mute
was.
while the video is playing.
Yeah, I was going on mute. I see myself freezing on camera too.
I was trying to watch the first day of soccer, but 3 games already got rained out. So I'm lightning out. So they haven't even started yet. So I'm like, I'm just gonna get on YouTube then.
Cool, man. I appreciate it. Well, he teased us. It's a different
And they still
courtroom,
haven't
huh?
started yet.
Mm-mm. He said something.
Jalen
Showed
said
him
I
on
get
camera.
banned a lot. Wayne, do you hear me?
What's
Jalen
that?
said I get banned a lot. LOL. No, she didn't put LOL. She said I get banned a lot.
Now she says she gets banned a lot. Here we go. Let's
Oh,
see if she
time.
got
Took them long enough.
see if she got her stuff together. She probably went and popped her about 17 pills, and now she's okay. Sorry about
Right?
that, y'all.
You know, does anybody else ever think she looks like her soul is dark when they show her?
The front on view, I do. Right, I'm muting now.
It's like she has a dark soul or something. It's crazy.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return to trial of Commonwealth versus Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the...
You want me to mute her or no?
Well, members of the jury, I just kind of want to revisit an instruction I've given you a couple times, I think.
Yeah, just while
during
the
course of this
trial's
trial.
going.
It's important to
Okay,
understand
I will do that right now.
that
Okay.
sometimes there's evidence that's presented in the trial that creates an emotional reaction. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight that the evidence produces. Your verdict in this case is going to have to be based solely on the evidence, and it's not going to be, it cannot be based on sympathy or anger or passion or prejudice. All right, so you've got to keep that in mind, and so we're going to go to the next witness. Okay.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Vidal Olson.
All right. Same finding and analysis.
Sound like you're ready to write the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony of the evidence you shall give to the court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right, I'm going to ask you also to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you, and speak into that microphone if you would.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Barbara Olson, B-A-R-B-A-R-A-O-L-S-O-N. I previously practiced under my maiden name, Barbara Vidal, V-I-D-A-L.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I completed my undergraduate studies at the University of New Mexico. I also completed 4 years of medical school at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Afterwards, I came to Boston to study the field of pathology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. I completed a 4-year residency program there, studying both anatomical pathology and clinical pathology. And after my residency, I did a surgical pathology fellowship studying the gastrointestinal tract, liver, and pancreas. And I ended my training doing a fellowship of forensic pathology at the Boston office of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I am board certified in anatomical pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
It is essentially the study of causes that are diseases, disorders, or trauma that results in sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths.
And do you currently work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I'm a medical examiner at the Cape Cod office of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2021.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I have examined over 1,900 bodies and performed over 800 autopsies.
And when performing an autopsy, is there a specific process or procedure that you follow?
Yes, so an autopsy is composed of many parts, the first part being documentation review and the second part being the examination of the body, which is broken up into 2 parts. The first part being the external examination, where I look for identifying characteristics of a decedent, such as eye color or hair color. I also look for any evidence of natural disease or trauma on the outside of the body. And the second part is the internal examination, where I create a Y-like incision on the chest and abdomen and examine the soft tissues, bones, and organs, looking for any evidence of natural disease and trauma. I also examine the brain.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck, and a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well.
And what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow is a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on that. And a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries.
All right, Counsel, we're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. Jurors, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
We'll recess for a few minutes. I'm going to come back. We'll speak to counsel in regards to schedule. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Wow. That's all I can say about that little segment. That was wow.
Yeah. Wow. It felt a little. I'm not even. I don't want to go there, but that seemed a little staged. I got questions.
She's crying. My Lord.
That's all I can say about that.
I get that she's crying, but she cried before they left, and he came back in and
Man, I
made
was just in there trying to brush my teeth.
a comment towards the jury how they're not allowed to have any type of emotion towards this, and then she starts crying again. Like, hey, is this a stunt to try to get a mistrial right there? Are they trying to draw emotion out of these jurors, or are they being tempted?
Right.
I mean, her feelings are probably real, but I wouldn't put it past them saying, if you got to cry, you just start crying.
Yeah, that or they'll have to put her in another room or something where they can mute her.
Yeah.
You remember that one guy? He was all crazy in his trial, man. He's the one that ran his vehicle through the parade and ran over all those people. Yeah. Daryl Brooks, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and he, man, the judge had to put him in another room. He was representing himself, and I mean, that was just the craziest trial I may have ever seen, dude. What in the world? But at the end of the day, boy, that judge let the hammer down on him, didn't she?
Oh yeah.
I don't know what they're like. What are they going to do about this situation? What are they going to do about this situation?
We got shots fired in a school, high school, in Warner Robins, Georgia. Yeah, she could be shooting for that to try to get some sympathy, and you know, the jurors are human, and just like you can see in the chat and different places, you know, some people's going to feel sorry for her. Some people's going to be like, "Look, she's doing that shit on purpose," you know.
Yeah, but like, I don't know if she keeps doing emotional outbursts like this. What are they going to do with the trial? Because I don't know how they're going to handle that situation.
If it was a guy, they'd probably put a muffle on us. With a girl, I don't know. You know how they would do that. If she ain't able to keep it together, they'll have to put her in a different room and keep her out of the courtroom and carry on with the trial. I'm sure the judge is going to admonish her next. You know, he gave the jury an instruction this last time when he came back in after the emotional outburst to say that to disregard that, do not, you know, you go off the evidence and facts only and not off emotion. And that's what he admonished the jury about that.
Because the jury's not, he's correct. The jury's not supposed to show any emotion at all. But her, I don't know how they're going to handle this.
Yeah, they're not supposed to take it into account, any kind of emotion or anything, but they're human beings, dude. It's like you can't unring a bell when somebody says something in court, whether they object and strike that comment or not. That bell's already been rung. That jury's already heard that. They're not going to forget it.
No.
You know,
And even during the commission of her hears, if one juror, just one, shows any bit of emotion towards that, in any way, shape, or form, this is a mistrial. And that's why he came out and said that that was his opening statement.
Right.
For how the beginning of it ended before the break.
Now
and
he's
then
probably
it happened immediately right again.
He's going to
So I
question them
missed
next.
it. So I missed it. How long is this break going to be? Time to give her time to calm down, or what?
Honestly, by the time he'll probably call it till tomorrow. They probably won't convene today.
Yeah, he's an early judge too. He likes to get out of there early when he can. I mean, I literally
it has
just
mistrial
started.
written all over it, Wayne.
What's that?
It has mistrial written all over it.
Yeah, it does, don't it, man?
Mm-hmm.
Direction. I'm
starting to lean that way too, because all these signs are pointing to a mistrial. I agree with y'all.
Yeah. Yeah. And that just sets a bad precedence going forward. Anybody else watching this case or hears about this case or anything else, hey, if things ain't going your way, just start freaking out a little bit. Just start crying.
Yeah.
Mistrial.
Did you see Ash's comment in your chat, Wayne?
Let's see which one. Just carry on, let her cry, or take her out of the room. Bloody hell, says the Brit. Have courts gone soft now? They have, and I think the judge is going to do everything he can to keep this going, and he'll question the jurors now, and see, and they'll probably tell him, yeah, we can keep going without having an effect on us and how we make our decision, and he's going to have to talk to her now, and say, listen, you're going to be able to hold it together and be in here, otherwise I'm going to have you removed. And you'll have to be in a different room. And it's your right to be in here, but at the same time, I can't have you acting out like this. So I would say, here's the Xanax. Chill out.
Jeez.
Sorry. I know it's not.
Here's another Xanax.
Wayne.
It's not a laughing matter, but if we don't laugh, it's the same way police officers are and stuff. They deal with murder and rape, all the different things that they deal with on a daily basis. They have to find a little bit of humor or they go nuts, y'all.
Exactly. No, I get it.
Yeah, that's the way it is in true crime. We study this stuff and watch this stuff day and night and day, all the time. And if we didn't laugh every once in a while, it don't mean we're not sensitive, especially to the children and the whole dynamics of the situation, to other people that have mental health problems and people that are on medication. We're not laughing at you or anything like that. We make a joke every now and then just to keep ourselves from going crazy with this stuff.
Just lighten the mood a little bit, that's all.
That's exactly right, Doug. Couldn't have said that better myself.
Well, Doug, you got a good way of putting the right words in the right spot.
Don't he?
I got one now.
You got a good way of putting words at the right time and the right place.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. But Angel said it, not me. No, I'm just kidding.
I thought that he said, but he was breaking up a little bit, so I only heard like every other word.
Yeah, well, I said it, Doug. He just repeated what I said.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And I mean it too. I second that. How about that?
And that's why my name is what it is. Analyze that, Doug. And that's what
right.
I try to do every day.
Now, I have to be honest with y'all. And I know you do, Doug. You do analyze that and this and that. But to be honest with y'all, I literally went in there to brush my teeth real quick. But I could still hear the trial going on my TV. And when I'm getting started brushing my teeth, I hear the same thing again. And it happened earlier, when I was in the kitchen trying to get a little something to eat. And I heard and I'm like, what is going on? So I can't leave the room. I can't leave the room without this lady freaking out and crying. So I running back in again. And honestly, this time I was like, is this how the husband felt about the situation? He couldn't leave her for 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, well, I was kind of like heard that. It sounded like she was hyperventilating, so I looked at my phone. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded crazy to me, but
One
he
more
says
word.
not
Life
more drugs.
observation is the severity of her emotional turmoil increased talking about Cora than it did when we were talking about Grayson and the other one. So
And he's
I
the
think
oldest.
her guilt is a little bit bigger towards Cora. Maybe they had a closer relationship because she was
Right.
the oldest, more than likely, but definitely
Right.
noted that her intensity increased talking about Cora than it did talking about the other two children.
Michelle,
And I'm
I
sure
see your comment. It's funny. Michelle.
Trying to brush your teeth. Hey, Doug. So it sounds like you got the names and the ages of the victims, the poor children, down. Can you share that with us? Like the oldest is Cora at 5 years old, right? And that's female, right?
Yes, the oldest is Cora at 5. And then I'm pretty sure Grayson was the middle boy. I want to say he was 3, and he also had they thought he had slight autism.
And the other one was 8 months.
The other one was a baby, and I can't remember her name right off. Now you put me on the spot.
2 girls.
She's 8
Oh, you're
months old.
good. I'll recap that. So that's 2 girls and a boy. The oldest one being 5, named Cora, was a girl. The middle child at 3 was a boy, and his name was. So we got Cora, and what's his name? Angela, do you know?
Grayson.
Grayson. So we got Cora, Grayson in the middle, and then the young 8-month-old baby. And somebody in the chat or something will tell us his name. I think it's important that we know their names because they're
No,
the
it is
true.
very important.
Yeah, they're the victims. We got to remember who they are because they're the victims. In all
We
this.
know who this. I got to be careful how I say this, y'all, because I'm the host. We know who Lindsay is now.
Why did I say Grayson? It's Dawson, not Grayson.
There it is.
Dawson.
Pretty little clues always come
Callan
in.
was 8 months. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Pretty.
Y'all, we got Seth Rogers is in the chat. Good afternoon, Seth. How you doing, sir?
Hi, Seth.
Well, good to see you, Seth.
Good to see you.
Did you see Pretty's comment under? Did you see Pretty's comment under Michelle's Wayne?
I see Cora at 5.
No, the one above
3.
it. She wrote.
Yeah, I'll get back up to that. I'm going to just read these names right quick. Cora, the female at 5. Dawson is the male at 3, and Callan was the baby, Doug, at 8 months.
Yeah, yes. I knew she was 8 months. I knew that one. That one I did know.
Left my ass up trying to brush your teeth. How far up are we talking here, Angel, on her comment?
It's the right after Michelle's, and then it's hers, and then she put the names and the ages. It's the one above that.
Just tell me what she said, Bubba.
She said, "How very, I can't say that word, of all of you gents."
How very empathetic of all you gents.
Yeah, that word.
Oh,
thank you, Pretty.
We do everything we can. Yes, we try to keep it real. I see the camera moving around a little bit, so we might be heading back in there.
All right, I'm gonna leave out.
Let's see what the judge says. All right, Angel, thank you.
All right, are y'all gonna meet too or no?
And right back to it.
I don't know what that was about.
That was crazy. Like, what are they doing? This trial is like has a lot of delays. Y'all ever notice that too?
Oh, she was being sarcastic. Ouch.
I don't think anybody's trying to be too sarcastic, but we're just trying to
I'm just trying to understand, really.
stand her guts. I just have to be blunt. Some people think she's a cold-hearted murderer of her 3 kids that can't stand her guts and that she's guilty as she can be. And then other people are sympathizing with her and think she's not guilty. And everybody has a right to their opinions, and we respect each side of this argument. And that's why we live in America, and we have juries, and we have judges, and we have prosecution, and we have a defense for them to decide, whether she's guilty or not guilty. For me, if she's still admitting to this day that she did it, then something bad's wrong upstairs, because you don't continue to say you did something if you didn't do it. I mean, am I right, y'all, or am I in dangerous water now?
I mean, yeah, unless there was some type of coercion. But that's what the trial's about. We got to figure out like the timeline of events and what actually happened. You need to know the facts.
Right. Hello, PI 56. Thanks for coming in, and I hope you enjoy where my logo and my camera is today. It's in block mode, if you will. But yeah, he came back for just a second. So they're in there right now doing something. They're just not allowing the camera to see what it is he's doing right now. And I would imagine, here they come. Of course, the audience won't see them coming back for a few seconds, but
He's probably
we see them here.
her.
We see them here in the courtroom ourselves now, and then it'll be up on YouTube in just a second. Still not hearing anything. The lawyer's having a little pep talk. Sorry if that's glitching, y'all. That's what Restream is doing. It's causing me a few little problems, taking me a few extra seconds to mute my mic and turn my camera off and stuff, and my chat. But I do love everybody in the chat, and I do respect everybody's opinion, and we don't mean to be sarcastic. It's a very sensitive situation all the way around, and bad for everybody, really. Ash said it's going to be called for the day.
He's probably right. Because it's getting close to 4 o'clock and they cut it off at 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this judge likes to get out of there too.
He wants to go home and eat.
The jury's coming back in, y'all. So here we go. Y'all stand up for the jury, please. That's all it takes, Justine, is reasonable doubt. And she walks. Is that her dad behind her?
I believe so. I believe that's her dad, yeah.
I'm going to mute and listen in on the TV, guys.
Yeah, I'm on mute too.
Attorney Sprague?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had described previously the injuries to Cora's neck. Were there all injuries on her face that related to those marks?
Yes. On examination of her face, she showed diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face, most prominently around the skin of the eyes. She showed petechial hemorrhages on the inside of her eyelids as well as the inside of her lips.
And if I could have photo 2246, please. Doctor, there's a remote here. If you press and hold the top button, you can highlight what you're talking about in the photo when it comes up. What are we seeing here? Is that the area of the petechial hemorrhage?
Yes, in this photo, I have the lower lip on the inside of our lip. We can see punctate hemorrhages, which are the petechial hemorrhages.
Okay. And if you could, is that working for you?
No.
I can need to see that. Go. Okay. This area here?
Yes.
Okay. You just hold that top button and hold it down. And so we can remove that photo. When you talked about petechial hemorrhage in the eyes and eyelids, did it look similar to that?
Yes.
And basically it's those red marks all around the mouth, and then those same red marks were on the eyes,
Yes.
eyelids. You tell me where they were.
So they are pinpoint hemorrhages that occur, and again, they were located on the inside of the eyelids, so I inverted the eyelids, and I lift open the inside of the lips, and they were also in those locations.
And we could have photo of 7784, please. You could tell us what injuries we're seeing here in this photo.
In this photo, we are looking at the body from the left, and you can see the ligature furrow in this photo. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior edge. You can also appreciate in this photo some small punctate hemorrhages or the petechial hemorrhages of the face.
Okay. And if you could show photo 7782, please. What are we seeing here in terms of injuries?
In this photo, we are looking at the front of the neck, again focused on the ligature furrow, which is this distinct area, linear area of pallor. And on the front of her neck, the lower half of this ligature furrow had scattered red abrasions associated with it.
You can take down the photo. What are abrasions in terms of what you do?
So abrasion occurs when there is sufficient friction against the skin to cause a removal of the superficial layer of the skin.
Is it basically a scrape?
Yes.
And can we have photo 2256, please? You can tell us what we're looking at here, please.
This is a close-up photo of the back of the neck. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior linear edges. You can appreciate that the linear edges in this photo started to develop linear bruising.
And were there other injuries on the body other than those on the neck and the face?
Yes, she had injuries to her right arm and on her legs.
And if I could show you photograph 7789. Are you able to tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an up-close photo where we can see a very small, faint bruise. All the bruises on her legs as well as her right arm consist of small scattered bruises.
And if we could have photo 7770. What are we seeing here?
This is an image focused on her right leg. Here we see 3 bruises on her knee and 2 bruises on her left lower leg. This is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site where the needle enters the bone.
And if we could see 7790, please. What are we seeing here?
This is a photo, a close-up photo of her left leg. You can see a here as well as a bruise here on her left lower leg.
And then the last photo, 2233. Oh, I'm sorry, one more after that. What are we seeing here in this photograph?
In this photo, we can see the bruises I described earlier, as well as the inside of her left ankle. We're seeing 2 additional bruises.
And if we could see photograph 7794. What is shown in this photo?
This is an image of her left leg, again showing the 2 bruises close to her left ankle and then additional bruises on her left lower leg.
And then 7775, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is an image of her right arm extended, and I have the image focused on her right bicep where there was 3 small bruises.
And in terms of bruising, are you able to tell the age of a bruise by looking at it?
No.
Can you tell whether it's a fresh or an old bruise?
So generally speaking, we can appreciate the color of bruises. So red, blue, purple bruises tend to be bruises that are more recently, and as they heal over time, they start to take on a yellow or green appearance.
And the bruises that you observed on Cora's body, how did they appear?
They all had versions of red appearance to their shapes.
So because they had red appearance, does that mean that they are fresh wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred.
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean from the location of the wounds where some of the bruises were close together, like the 3 on the knee or the 2 on the lower right leg?
No, I can only document where they are and their measurements.
Now, if I may have a moment.
Sure.
Going back to the injuries on her neck, what do those tell you based on your training and experience, when you're trying to determine the cause of death, what do those wounds tell you?
When I see a ligature furrow that is horizontally oriented in association with significant tibial hemorrhages, those findings are consistent with a ligature strangulation.
And what is ligature strangulation?
Again, a ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck, and a strangulation is when it is done by someone else.
And when that happens, what effect does it have on the body? How does it? What is the mechanism of death?
Ligature strangulation results in a category of asphyxial type of deaths. Asphyxia means that the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case, specifically the brain. So when you have compression on the outside of the neck, blood is how oxygen is delivered throughout our body. So the right side of the heart delivers blood to our lungs, where during breathing and respiration, we then put oxygen to our blood. It then moves the right side of our heart, gets pushed out to our body through blood vessels we call arteries. Once the oxygen is released at its targeted site, it then recirculates to the right side of the heart through blood vessels called veins, and the process starts all over again. It's a continuous circulation. But when you have compression of the neck, first and foremost, your air is reduced, it's compressed, so you can have a reduction in your ability to breathe or complete inhibition in your ability to breathe. When you have compressions of the veins of the neck, the blood cannot drain from the head, and so then the blood actually has a backwards flow of pressure that meets the arterial blood, and that results in an increase of blood pressure within the blood vessels, as well as an overall increase in intracranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes, or like a water pipe as well.
Okay. And what happens as that blood pools and causes that pressure in the face and the head?
What normally happens is first and foremost, the brain just has a reduced ability to take in oxygen, and in the smallest vessels in the face and brain, such as capillaries or venules, they are subject to rupture.
And as that pressure is building in those veins and are rupturing, is that painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well, and so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
And how long can it take, or does it take, for loss of consciousness to happen?
I cannot put a specific time on it for the interval. There's multiple variables to consider in a case-by-case basis. The type of ligature used, the force of the ligature used against the neck, as well as the intensity and duration of the altercation. However, in situations where there's complete oxygen deprivation, loss of consciousness can occur as early as 10 to 30 seconds, with brain damage beginning at the 1 minute mark and irreversible brain damage and subsequent death occurring around as early as 5 minutes, again with the caveat that there are variables that might accelerate or decelerate that time frame.
Is there a type of constant pressure that's required to cause that loss of consciousness?
Ultimately, once the brain has a critically low level of oxygen, loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? It could take longer.
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
By accelerate the time to subconsciousness.
No, overall, you can ask.
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure isn't constant, struggles and is able to get free, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustained.
You said it to 30 seconds. What are the factors, 10 to 30 seconds, is that correct?
Yes, for loss of consciousness.
What are the factors that are at play for whether it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds?
Again, there's multiple variables. So the force, the ligature against the neck, the actual ligature itself, and the intensity of the altercation.
And once someone loses consciousness, do they immediately die?
No. So if there's no intervention, the brain continues to have a lack of oxygen, and until brain cells start to die, it's irreversible injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
But, counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I impeach with an inconsistency.
I see it sidebar.
Doctor, do you have to continue to strangle someone past the 30 seconds to cause death?
No. Once the brain is subject to oxygen deprivation and brain cells start to die, it's irreversible, and so it will continue to progress towards death if there's no intervention.
What do you mean by intervention?
Resuscitative efforts, if somebody tried to give CPR, if they were hooked up to oxygen machines.
Do you recall testifying previously that it would be your opinion that pressure would need to be continually applied even after losing consciousness to cause death?
Sustained.
Hold
on. Sustained. Next question.
So your testimony is that you can strangle someone for 30 seconds, let go, and then they die?
I spit in this presence of complete oxygen deprivation. There is a general time frame, and so 30 seconds, I cannot give a specific number to that. Once strangulation occurs, again, the brain starts to be subjected to lack of oxygen. So whether the ligature is present or whether the ligature is not present, the oxygen deprivation, irreversible brain damage is already occurring.
And there's no coming back from that?
Not without intervention. It's very unlikely. Again, the brain cannot heal those cells.
Did you form an opinion with a reasonable degree of professional to medical certainty as to the cause of death of Cora?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
And was that by manual strangulation?
By strangulation.
Mechanical strangulation, I mean. Yes. Did you also examine or do an autopsy on Dawson Clancy?
Yes,
And when was that?
January 25th.
And did you observe injuries on Dawson Clancy when you did the external examination?
I did observe injuries to Dawson. He had trauma to his neck with associated injuries of the head, as well as minor injuries to his left arm and his.
And if we could pull up photo 2166. What are we seeing in this photo?
This photo is a picture of the lower lip of Dawson being pulled down, and we can see, again, similar to Cora, these petechial hemorrhages on the inside of the mouth.
And can you also see them on the eyes in this photo?
You can see periorbital petechial hemorrhages, so the skin around the eye.
And were there also those same type of hemorrhages when you lifted the eyelid?
Yes.
And if we could have photo 2149. What are we seeing here?
Dawson on his neck, similar to Cora, had a linear horizontally oriented ligature furrow consisting of an area of pallor around the neck. He had distinct superior and inferior edges to his furrow as well. This is on the back side of the neck, where we can also appreciate abrasions that are inline or parallel with the inferior and superior edges of the furrow.
And if we could have photo 2147, please. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we can appreciate the distinct area of pallor here on the neck, again representing the ligature furrow with diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face.
And what are we seeing there on his shoulder?
This is just some dried body fluid.
And if we could see photo 2151, please. Depicted in this photograph.
This is a similar photograph to the one just shown here, where you can see the distinct area of pallor representing the ligature furrow with superior and inferior edges, and again, the diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And these photos of Dawson's face, the petechial hemorrhaging on the face, appear to be darker than those and more expansive than those on Cora's face, correct?
They appear more prominent in Dawson than Cora, yes.
And can cause the damage being more prominent and more dispersed over the face.
Again, petechial hemorrhages occur as a result of rupturing of small vessels in the skin. And so the fact that there are more present in Dawson is indicative that there were moments where some blood did reach or push through the furrow or the ligature in little spikes or peaks, which would just result in momentary increases in blood pressure that would result in more petechial hemorrhages.
And what would cause that blood being able to flow?
Any movement against the carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are thicker and more muscular than the veins, so they're more likely to push through with the blood. So that could be movement of the ligature or movement of the person handling the ligature or movement of Dawson himself.
So it could be from Dawson struggling, or it could be from more pressure or force of the ligature?
Yes, changes in the pressure of the ligature.
And if I could see photo 2143, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is the his left forearm. It is a little pale with the light, but there were 3 small bruises on the back of his left forearm.
And going to photo 2155. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is a picture of us. So at this point position, Dawson is face down, so we're looking at the side of his right leg, and we can see a small faint bruise here.
And then going to photo 2144. What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is an up-close photograph, but I can appreciate that there are small bruises in the center of the image.
And photograph 2156. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we're looking at the back of the legs. The one closest to us is the left leg. The one farthest from us is the right. You can see bruises here, here, and here, as well as the inside of the right knee.
And so when you said here, here, and here, the outer portion
Of the left upper leg.
Thank you. We could have photo 2119, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is an up-close photo of his hands.
And is there any significance to the blueness of the fingernails?
I would not have called these necessarily blue or cyanotic. Would be more of the discolored face. There is some subtle blueness to the nail beds, which is again a sign of cyanosis, which is just reflective of a decrease in oxygen in the body.
And last photo is the PDF, please. What are we seeing here?
This image, Dawson is face up, and we can see his right and left legs. Here on his right lower leg, we see small bruises. On his right knee, left knee, we are seeing a bruise. And here is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous counter site.
And what are you able to tell us about the bruises on Dawson in terms of whether they're fresh or old?
They were all red and purple in appearance, so they were more recent.
And based on your examination of Dawson, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And did you determine that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the original photos of Cora and Dawson as for identification, and the other, the ones that were just shown to the jury as exhibits.
So mark the first set for identification.
It's N and O for identification.
All right. Then over the defendant's objection, using the same analysis as stated in the sidebar, those other photographs.
The photos of Cora and then Dawson as the next exhibit, please.
228 and 229.
And then excuse me, that certificate of Cora, Marie Clancy, is the next exhibit.
I have no objection to that.
All right. That may be admitted.
And the death certificate of Dawson William Clancy as the next exhibit. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Is there anything?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break at this. I'm going to ask you to come tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I would expect the schedule similar to what we had today. I'm going to remind you again, don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case. Don't read about any similar cases. Don't watch anything. Don't do any research. Put this out of your head for tomorrow morning. All right? And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
All rise. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chairs, please. This way, please.
Jurors, thanks for the call. This court's in session.
Counsel, anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, thank you.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court stands in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
Not what I was expecting, to say the least. Not funny, I know, y'all. It's like people grieve differently. Some people laugh in stressful situations. But there's nothing funny about what's going on, for sure. You still with me, Doug?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Let me stop sharing this other page right here and make that go away. And we should be good now.
Should be good.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what it looks like up on the big screen. Thank you for sharing that link. For some reason, this laptop that I have, when I turn it off and I turn it back on, my downloads are not there, so I don't even have that anymore. So I just pulled it up on my phone over here, and I'm going to download it to my phone. I had to get a new phone too, by the way.
Gotcha.
Let's see if we can get Angel in. I think he went in and out about 10 times in since this last break.
No, because it restream or something like kicking me out or something. I don't know what the heck's happening here.
I started to come on and tell you, hey, Angel, just wait till the court thing's over, and then I'll bring you back up.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't know why it does that. It's like kicked me out like 5 times, 10 times maybe.
I added you to stage like 7 or 8 times. Yeah, I started to say, hey, man, just wait, and then I'll bring you back in one good time. So, yeah, it's probably restream for sure. For sure.
I don't know if I like this restream stuff. Huh? I might just stick to my StreamYard.
StreamYard seemed to work better for me. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can download. Sorry, yeah. See if I can download this right here.
I posted everybody's channels that's got channels in the chat. I hope it's okay, Wayne. I put everybody that I could think of that had channels.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's all good. It's all good. Sometimes when I'm concentrating on one streamer, though, I like to, like, if we're trying to push somebody up over 500 or something like that, I kind of like to stick with that one person and keep everybody's attention on that, so we're not bouncing around trying to get everybody to subscribe to a bunch of different channels at once. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if we're going for the hard push for you, Angel, to get you over 500, or or for Doug or anybody else for that matter, if we're going for the hard push, we'll just concentrate on that one channel at that particular time. Otherwise,
Well, I think we should focus on PLC then, because she's so close to 2,000.
Oh yeah, I had a feeling you would say that.
Because she's trying to get to 2,000. I'm trying to help her.
I know you are, bud. I'm just messing with you.
I don't know.
But she needs to. She's off and running. She's doing good. She's doing a fantastic job.
She's got more than my little 274. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she does. But look at you though. You got 200 something. You come up, and we all trying to come up together and that kind of thing, support one another. So most definitely, anybody out there that's seen any of the channels come into the chat, please click on those, like, subscribe, and I like you to turn the bell on so you'll know when I go live. I may never know. Pretty Little Clue said there was a shooting in Georgia. I didn't know where, but Warner Robins is quite south of me, so it would take me quite a while to get there. But may actually do that.
How far do you live from Athens, Georgia?
It's about 2 hours.
That's the only big city outside of Atlanta. That's the only 2 I know.
Yeah, that's where the Bulldogs play. It's Adam and them are out that way.
Yeah.
Adam, Mike. Yep.
Yeah.
That's Bulldogs.
Roll Tide.
No. Okay. Let's see. How do we knock somebody off the stage, Doug? That'll be the end of that.
I figured that'd get you going.
See, I knew I wasn't making you a mod for some reason, dude. There it is. You showed up and showed out, didn't you? You just had to do that one. It's all good.
Right. I'm just.
I keep it going with Major. What is his name? Major Remberger, or her name? Is that her or he? That's a her, right? Hello.
I'm here.
The Major Ramajama.
Yeah, I don't. I say
That's
hi to him, but I don't know.
That's a
I
girl,
don't
right?
know.
Is
Ask
it?
Doug, I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Somebody in the chat tell us about Major Ramajammer while they're not here.
I thought Major was a guy, but I could be wrong.
Could be. Could be.
I could be a
I've
guy.
been
I don't
before.
know.
I try not to ever assume, but
Can the mods see it? Maybe they can post it. What are we talking about here?
what can we see?
Mike looked so different when he was at home. Yeah, Mike did look different when he was at home, and he had his hat and glasses off. And we were, I was up on the panel, so he was on my laptop, so he was close to my face. It felt like I was about to be interrogated, officer. I told him I thought I needed a lawyer. Yeah, this is glitchy stuff here, y'all. Y'all like my pool? Y'all want to come swimming?
Absolutely.
Shit, where I'm at, it's 68 degrees today.
No diving back there, by the way, guys. No diving.
You hear me?
68?
Yeah, where I'm at, because it's rained all day, downpour, monsoon, and it's only 68 degrees here. I
Nice.
walked outside to check the mail and thought, oh, Jesus, I probably shouldn't have worn shorts today.
Right. 93 here, close to Hot Atlanta, y'all. Which nobody says that down here, by the way.
I've been through a Hotlanta a few times.
That's the best thing to do with that is just go right through it. No joking. That's one place you don't want to go to jail at is in Atlanta. It's a place called Rice Street in Fulton County. Look that jail up. It gives Pima County Jail a run for its money. I can promise you that.
Is that bad?
So, oh yeah, it's that bad, and then some, dude. Like real bad. The last death I heard there was a guy got put in a cell and got bed bugs, and he died from the bed bug bites in the cell. So that right there will tell you how bad it is. Just that one example.
Jesus.
Yeah. Can you imagine dying from bed bug bites of all things?
That would be terrible, I would have to think.
God, mighty, wouldn't it be though, man? Seen Bad Ash popped up. She said she's been watching from the bushes.
Yeah. I saw her
Who's
coming.
that, Bad Ash? Yeah, I seen Ash. Hi, Ash.
It's nice to get a stalker from the bushes every now and then.
I know, right?
What was that show I watched? Was it the 70s show where Kitty, the wife, everybody was getting a stalker, but she wasn't getting one, so she was like trying to leave the blinds open and dress skimpy so somebody would stalk her too.
Yeah, that's that 70s show, right?
Yeah, it's so funny. It's like, boy, I hope there's nobody out there watching me.
Pretty Little Pooch put on there. She's like, I'm never going to the Fulton County Jail ever.
Never going to the who?
The Fulton County Jail.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, that's
She said she's not ever going there ever.
And you see, I used to work at some clubs and stuff down that way and everything, and I didn't know how bad it was down there. And I've had people tell me, but I kind of just, I was dismissed it and stuff like that. But when the Young Thug trial came out and everything, they started exposing like how terrible bad that jail is, and it started making the news. The feds come in there and did all kind of different recommendations, and it's a really, really bad jail. It's horrible. They need to tear it down and build another one. But
I get it, they're inmates, but you still got to treat them like human beings.
I've had people tell me, especially, with your particular, what do we call that? Being a Caucasian, let's just put it that way, that I definitely did not want to go to that jail because it would be really bad for me. And but like I said, I worked at clubs. I did some drinking and some driving around down there. just Fulton Industrial Boulevard is the name of that. And just there are different clubs, gentlemen's clubs, nightclubs, different things. I did some drinking down there. I could have very easily been in Fulton County Jail. By the grace of God, I did not go, and I sure am glad I didn't. Yep. Tough stuff, y'all. Very, very tough stuff. I kind of like my new house, though. It's got a nice little swimming pool and got my couch right behind me.
Right.
So these are the different screensavers and stuff that they got on here. So
Yeah. I'm
I
still partial to StreamYard after the stuff that you've been dealing with and then I've been dealing with on it. I'm like, I don't like this.
Right.
Granted, it's only been one day, but right now I don't like it.
Yeah, even the timer up there is froze. Well, it was frozen. Now it's starting again. 6 hours and 20 minutes. It had froze there for about 4 or 5 minutes, but it started to tick again though.
Yeah. So what's Doug think about her keeping her? So what Doug think about her keeping her head down when she came back in the courtroom?
Well, let's ask him. He just came back to the stage. Evidently, he got kicked out too. Can you hear us, Doug?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you. Yep. Sure can, buddy. So what'd you say, Angel? What about her head being down when they came back?
Yeah, what's Doug think about that? She kept her head down. I don't even think she looked at it once.
I think Doug just got kicked again, y'all.
See? He does it to him. Me and I was doing to him. What the heck?
We are learning that Restream is not, because we were on StreamYard yesterday and we didn't have one single problem, did we?
Nope.
We'll see if we can crash this stream. Here, let me try to add more people instead of.
What's the limit on this? Did it even tell you?
The limit? Nah, I didn't even look at it. I'll just be honest with you. I wasn't even going to stream today, and I was just checking my emails, and I had this email here, and I clicked on it, and it was pretty much just telling me go live, and I was like, okay, let's try it then. So I went ahead and did it, and boom, it let me in. And I said, okay, I'll just keep streaming on this and see how that goes. So been here ever since, making the most out of it. I appreciate everybody sticking around and hanging in here with me. And tomorrow, maybe even at now, when I get off of this stream, my hours may be renewed over there on StreamYard. We'll see. But I put the link in the chat if anybody wants to jump up here and see if we can crash this thing.
We might as well see if it'll crash. It crashes on 3 people.
Right. Well, it don't crash, but it kicks you right out, don't it?
Yeah. Like you had to put me down like 10 times, I swear.
Yeah.
Now I'm just doing it for the road.
I didn't know if it was still kicking you out or if I was not actually letting you back in or not, and it wasn't working. So I was like, okay, let's keep it.
When it said reload, I would come back on it and it says I was still on. I'm like, so apparently it doesn't kick me off.
Right.
But apparently it was kicking me off because you said you had to keep putting me on.
I'm really big on this TV screen. Let me see if I can change that around a little bit. It's too much of me, y'all.
Right.
Let's see if we can add some more of you up in here. Yeah, there we go.
Is Doug coming back on or did he give up?
I don't know. I don't know if he is or not. I'm just waiting on the little signal that says he's here, and I'll add him back to the stage, but he might be done with it. There he is again. Let's see what happens.
He's coming back. There he is.
I'm back again.
Thank you for coming back again.
Yeah, just keep kicking me out. I don't know.
I don't like this.
It's got to be restreamed. That's why we don't ever see anybody use them, right?
Right.
Yep. But it got me through today, though. So there's that.
Yeah. It got you through today, for sure.
Yep. And premium might be better, but, I haven't looked into the pricing of that. I know StreamYard wants $40 a month, man. I'm like, whoa, dude, it's a bit much for, for just now getting started out. I'm like, whoa, $40 a month.
I've seen the price for them. Their cheapest package is like $20. I looked.
Who's that? StreamYard?
No, Restream. I looked today when you told me about it, and I went and looked. It said the cheapest package is like $20.
Yeah, that explains probably why it's, poor quality. But I mean, if it gets you through a day, and starting to get some people in here watching the trial with us too, and I think we can all kind of enjoy it and stuff. There's Melly back. Welcome
Yeah,
back,
she said,
Mel.
wow, that's pricey.
She did say that, didn't she?
hmm I
Yeah.
wouldn't pay that much for this poor ass quality shit.
DD at 5. Be there. Hey, you can't talk about other streamers in the chat. No, I'm just kidding. Can't be pulling my viewers away. My mod too, and my panelist all in one. Boom. Now we'll go see DD at 5, and we'll go see.
Why, DD's live at 5?
That's what. Let's see who's guilty of doing that. April, I believe.
DD's going live
April,
at 5?
April's pulling my viewers, my mod, and my panelist all in one motion.
Well, she got a channel or what?
I seen that. I'm scrolling back up now. That's another thing. It's not letting me scroll through the chat very fast either, unless I'm doing it on my phone. And then, of course, I'm looking down at my phone like this. So, but yeah, I think it was April said that DD at 5, Doug, be there.
Oh, Devil Dog 88 at 5.
Yeah. Well, he belonged to Devil Dog before he belonged over here, so can't say nothing about that. Can't say nothing about anything, really.
Yeah, I could say I wanted to stop downpouring because I want to be able to leave sometime soon this week, but apparently it's going to rain all week, the rest of the week.
Where you gonna go, Angelos?
Well, I was going to go to the store, but I ain't going to the store when it's downpouring.
Right. I haven't been anywhere in a few days myself, bud. I need to take off to Emma Robbins. I was thinking about heading up to Tennessee, and passing out a few flyers and that type of thing. But then I got some work going on and just don't know exactly what day that I need to go this week. So it's kind of been holding me here a little bit.
Yeah. Are you going to still go up to Tennessee and pass out Sebastian's flyers or no?
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to happen. I got a couple of people wanting to meet me up there already too. Truth is wanting to get together up there, and then Graham was talking to me about it yesterday too. So I'm sure several people want to go up there and just, maybe hang out. Maybe we can all do a little streaming up there too. You know what I mean?
Yes. I mean, I need to stream, but I ain't using this platform to do it.
Doug's laughing, saying he's sorry because he's either sorry because he's gone again, or he's sorry because somebody come yanked him from from my panel.
Right.
It's all good.
It's all good. We all support each other, so that's good, I guess.
Ash said he hates those channels that has the stupid ass rules about mentioning other channels. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be here, be here. If there's something better out there. I used to have a girlfriend that tell me that too. If you find something better, don't feel bad about it. Just go for it. So what?
What the heck?
Yeah, pretty nice girlfriend, actually. You know what I mean? Joking, love you. You do a great stream. Thank you, April. What'd you say? She must have said something bad, huh? She must have said Devil Dog's got it going on better than we investigate. Which, at this point, he does. I'm sure, because he's got the microphone and everything. But that's all good, though. It's all good. We're coming up in the world over here. We didn't even have a channel, and now we got a channel. We didn't have very many subs. Now we got subs. We didn't have many live streams. Now we're getting live streams. So it's a step-by-step process.
Right.
And you have fun, and I promise you this. No matter where you go, you're never going to find nobody that loves you more than we do over here. Ain't that right, Angel?
Right.
We're going to love you to death over here. We're going to be just as good to you as we possibly can. And we're going to have fun, and everybody's invited in the chat, and everybody's invited to come up on the screen, too. You may not be able to stay here long today, but
because what you said yesterday, I had that on my brain all day. I was thinking about going to the store to get ice cream so I could share with Angel Eyes. Because, like I said, she eats one side and I eat the other side. It's so funny.
Right.
But with the downpour, I haven't left, so I haven't done anything.
I ordered ice creams, and after I brushed my teeth and we got settled back in the courtroom and she had her head down and everything, I was able to sneak in there and get me an ice cream, and she didn't have another before I could finish eating it.
Well, I thought she was going to, though, with her head down and the way she was.
Come on,
How
just
bad.
hang in there. Please, lady, hang in there.
I don't know. They need to say something to her tomorrow about that, because that's
Yeah,
like
I
delaying
think
the
he did
trial.
today. What about the other one, OBS?
He
I
said that it's
haven't.
got more. He said it's got more technical issues. 'Cause I read his comment. I don't know about that one either.
Yeah, I was just back up there to Melly. She said, "What about the other one, OBS?" I just heard it's harder to operate. There's more gadgets. Who was it?
And more
Nikki, I think.
technical
Just
issues,
like,
according to Ashley.
right.
I read.
Nikki
I
said it
read
was
his
like
comment.
being in an airplane. Badass ain't trying to pay $40 a month either. Single mom on a budget, right?
Yeah, I saw her comment.
I'm just reading comments as I'm going out through here.
She's got a point.
Right? DD88, Devil Dog 88, live at 5, and 857 live at 4:30. Uh-oh.
Who's live at 4:30?
Yeah, he's going to be on here in just a few minutes.
Millie, she said Streamlabs, but I've seen it, but I don't know anything about Streamlabs.
We got 18 still hanging in here with us, though, so that's good. I'm about 6.5 hours, so that's not bad. And Angel, let's welcome up a special guest to the stage with us and see if she can stay up here longer than anybody else has.
Who is that?
It's PI56 showing up as P5 on the screen. What's going on?
I have no idea.
P5? That ain't your
I put in for my display name PI56, so I have no idea why that popped up like that.
So maybe just the 6 is not not showing up.
The eye's not showing up either. What are we using? What form?
Oh, it ain't. This is
what platform is this?
Restream.
It's called Restream. It's like not even that great.
So it's not part of StreamYard?
No.
Well, that's weird because they use the same blue coverage and they've got it designed like StreamYard. That's kind of weird.
They got a very similar design as StreamYard, and a lot of their gadgets and stuff is set up the same way. But there's a few subtle differences, and I'm noticing that it don't keep up as good as StreamYard.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, for right now, I'm P5. Sorry.
I think that's cool, to be honest with you. P5.
I don't want to be P5. I peed 5 times. No, that sounds terrible.
Whoa.
Anyway.
What that one that I seen that commercial, Pete?
Oh my God. I didn't know I was going to come up on the screen all of a sudden.
Here you are.
That's me.
Alexa says, "So you want to be called PP?" And he's like, "No, let's don't do that."
yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, on that commercial.
So this is.
I hear saw.
You what?
I hear saw, a drill, or something.
You're a hair dryer. Y'all hear a hair dryer? Is that your pool boy?
Is that what?
Is that your pool boy in the back?
I don't see anybody.
Now people are going to think me and you are married because we're at the same pool. Just like they did with me and Dom C. They thought we were in the same house and they thought we were married.
Well, you know what? I like to keep people on their toes.
That's right. I'll be getting the polygamy now.
Oh, Jesus. So can I bring up a topic that has absolutely nothing to do with this case?
Feel free to bring up whatever you want to.
I'm in the process of it. It's downloading right now. I'm in the process of posting it. Have you guys heard about the new lovely little thing that YouTube's doing as far as getting monetized?
I heard that yesterday. I think it was Badass that actually it ruined her night. She was about to go to bed and she saw that, and she's just getting started, and it ruined her night.
It ruined mine, because anybody that's starting right now, we have until the end of January. February 1st, the new guidelines are you have to have 1,000 subs. That shouldn't be a problem for most of us. and 8,000 viewing hours. They have doubled the viewing hours. And I thought, okay, maybe if you're already subbed, already have established a channel, maybe this is for new people starting in February. Those would be new rules. Nope, I got verification back from YouTube today in writing, mind you, that no, it doesn't matter if you started 2 years ago and if you have 3,999 hours and on February 1st it hasn't clicked over to 4,000, you got to get 8,000. And they're doing this, they say, to try to keep all of the riffraff and the scammers and all that other people out because they won't want to dedicate that much time. That's baloney. They don't get monetized, half those people, to begin with. They just go in to do what they're going to do and cause chaos and havoc.
They're doing it to make their money, and people are finding ways to get to 3,000 hours, and they're having to monetize them faster than they want to.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Home Depot. I worked a sales job for Home Depot, and they were attempting to have their own contractors go out and do the installs, and they wanted me to go out and sell the jobs, but they wanted me to bring in like 10 prospects before that they would actually give me commission on a job. Make 10 sales before I get commission.
Yeah, and they're gonna, well, and they're still gonna make, even though if we're not monetized, they still make money off of us with ads. We don't see those, but so now they've got longer to make money off of us with the ads until we're monetized. But the only one thing they have not changed, and they claim they're not going to, and like I said, I got this last night too, and I researched it this morning and I posted it, and it ruined my day and my night because my strike already knocked me down once with hours. Now I feel like I'm never going to get that many before the end of the year, but I'm being positive, and it can happen. But the one thing I have confirmed, because they had not, this statement they write, they have a lot of loopholes in it. But one question I had was, what about when you hit the 3,000 mark? Can you still then qualify for the super chats and for the memberships and all of the little perks that you got for 3,000? And I got my confirmation from YouTube. Like I said, I got it in writing, and I posted it on my site. It's downloading and it's going slow because we've got a storm going on. And they are not changing that. When you have 1,000 subscribers and 3,000 hours, you can still get the super chats, the memberships, and the perks that went along with that, which I guess they could have been a real ass and changed that too. And put that. So I'm going to say, okay, fair game. But going from 4,000 to 8, when you're already established and started a channel, I think that's unfair. New people coming in February, they could have been the new guidelines. But if you've already started, that's sad. And there's a whole, Wayne, you know this as well as I do. There's a whole group of us that started at almost the same time. So we're all in that category. So we need to share each other's streams. We need to be on each other's streams because all of us need to get to that 4,000 by the end of January.
Absolutely.
And we're going to do it. We are going to do it. We're not going to let YouTube beat us on this one.
Now you're talking my kind of talk. We're going to get this done no matter what they try to do.
Yep. I don't care if I've got a
year. You know, it's like they're trying to get a free year out of people.
It's ridiculous. It's just, and they're saying, well, we're giving you 6 months notice. It's like, well, that's so nice of you.
Thank you.
Granted, they don't have to give us any notice. They can change whatever they want when they want.
We're giving you free content. So you're welcome. It's a free,
and not just them.
Nice relationship we got going on here. Y'all are getting paid and we ain't, but.
Do you know what I'm wondering though, is all of these people that don't mind use of their music, their media, whatever, and they get the kickbacks too. They're not going to get the kickbacks as quick now because it's going to be harder for people to become monetized. So I'm going to think that some of the people that YouTube gives kickbacks to, the sponsors and the ads, they're not going to be getting them now as much because it's going to take people longer to get to that point. And I thought, I wonder how those people are enjoying this new rule that came out.
YouTube's got to be careful because they're going to get greedy the same way they did with YouTube TV. So they got a lot of sports content over there on YouTube TV. So, sports lovers, we jumped all over that, and it was reasonably priced. But slowly but surely, they started bringing that price up, and now it's $80-something a month, and everybody's done with it. It's like, okay, well, thank you. It's been nice knowing you.
When we
And they're
first
gonna
got
do the same thing to YouTube. If they keep messing around and getting greedy, we're going to get off of here. And, people like Captain Kev will tell you that you can stream on X, and Elon Musk will send you a check.
I was just saying, I looked into it today. Good old X. And guess what?
I'm not his
Elon,
greatest fan, but if he's cutting a check, I don't need to be his fan.
Elon is, you know what? You can stream parts of songs and not get copyright issues. The rules on X are so much more liberal. They are. And you can,
oddly enough.
Well, Elon's liberal though, so he's he believes people have a right to freedom of speech. He hates copyright issues. So and they don't use bots, they don't use all the robotics, they don't use all of the AI to monitor like YouTube does. They use a lot of real people still. And so I looked into that this morning, and that will be my next article, that YouTube, and I got to be careful how I post it, because I don't want YouTube to look at it and think that I'm slapping them in the face, even though I am slapping them in the face. They are going to lose people, because to get monetized on X, it does take a little bit more effort, because they don't call it viewing hours. They call it's how much production you put out. But so it may take a little bit longer, but also you do have the super chat type thing, very similar to YouTube. They just call it something different. So at a certain point, you can get that part, but they only take out 5% instead of YouTube's taking out, I can't remember what their percentage is, but you on your super chats and everything with YouTube, they're taking out 30 or 35% from super chats and memberships. With X, once you're monetized completely, they will still take out the basic cut that all of them do, 35 or 40% from that. But any of your super chats, new memberships, any of that, they are only taking out 5%. You get 90% of that revenue.
It's not bad at all.
No, because YouTube's taking out 35%.
Right.
So
let's just say
if
hello
YouTube
to,
doesn't change.
excuse me. Say hello to Major Rammer Jammer coming in here. Don't use that Alabama roll. You know what? Up in here, Major Rammer Jammer. Just kidding. And I saw your comments, April, about having mods post other people's channel in a chat. That's what we do. And then, if the mods are able to post, if they're mods somewhere else and able to post in other channels, to do that as well. We do that a lot with Angel Eyes, with Jim. Doug does that a lot. Melly does that a lot. Dirty Diana too. Those are some of my mods there that they do that. April, I appreciate the advice though. Sorry.
Flicker. I'm laughing at Flicker's comment. Why not just point the camera at yourself while you sleep? I'm not sure what that stemmed from, but that sounds like something that Flicker would say.
I know two people that has actually done that before, and oddly enough, I fell asleep with one of them on my TV and woke up to him snoring in the middle of the night. That was Dad's Gone Live, and JLR was in the haunted place, and they left their camera on, and they went to sleep, and I went to sleep, and I happened to have Dad's Gone Live on there, and I heard somebody snoring in my bedroom, and that's odd because I sleep by myself. I'm like, what in the world is going on? I woke up and there he is on the screen, and he's laying there in the haunted hotel, just sleeping away and snoring away. I was like, okay.
That's funny. You know what? This screen, the way it's set up like this, and you here and me here, it really does look like we're sitting next to each other. Now, I like the layout they have. I don't know that I care for this Restream, their platform, but I do like this. I like the layout. And the picture's crystal clear. Really cool images.
It looks pretty good, actually. It's just you can see me glitching a little bit. Like right now, my face was stuck, and the more the chat will get stuck and the timer gets stuck. It
Right.
was glitching a little bit when I was restreaming the trial today, and it seemed like the more people that I added up on stage and stuff, and the more people that started coming into the chat, it couldn't keep up with it. Yeah, I couldn't even
Because
hardly.
I don't
My
look
people,
100 years old in this one. I actually look like I don't know, all my wrinkles aren't showing as
you
much. I
look
like
nice.
that.
You look really nice. I was going to tell you, you look nice today.
Today? No, I'm kidding.
Well, you know
Well,
what I'm saying. You
I
look
have
nice
a live
every
because
day.
I'm doing my live stream later today. My
Right
little
on.
my mini live stream. It's
See, no
short.
matter what a guy says, even if it's a compliment, it's never right. You didn't say the compliment right, dude.
Okay, I will say thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
You're very, very
But
welcome.
but no,
But
I
yeah,
think
it's a little
whatever.
glitchy, to be honest with you, especially over here with the chat. You know, trying to go up and read some of the other chat, it gets stuck, and then check back down to the bottom. Uh, it's holding up some of my messages. It's not letting me type them out, fluently, and it's
Right.
not letting me post them in a timely fashion to be able to answer some of the things that are going on.
Aw.
Yeah.
April just told me I was beautiful. What a sweetheart. Thank you, April.
Oh, April.
That was
April.
so sweet.
It is
But
very
honey,
sweet. She
you
didn't
need
say I
love.
was beautiful.
Oh my God, flicker fade. You too. My head's getting too.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Yep. You know what?
You're not going to feel cool if your head gets any bigger.
I could say something, but I'm not going to.
I mean, it's up to you. It's almost 5 o'clock, so whatever you need to say,
Yeah.
go for it.
Well, I hope that you join us at 5 o'clock. I think that you would enjoy seeing. It's like I said, it's a very, very short.
5 your time. Very important to say that. So it's going to be 8 my time.
8 o'clock. You're in it. Like I said, it's just
Yeah.
8.
So I got 3 hours and 20 minutes to make it to you.
Yep.
And
And
I
it's
guess Damien is on right now. And then what did she say? DD at 5? That's kind of odd for DD to be on the end of the day.
and then
Oh,
I
that's
think
Devil Dog. That's Devil Dog. I keep thinking Dirty Diana when they say
Dirty
that.
Diana, right? I
Yeah,
do that
they're,
too.
they're
And
naming
then
Devil Dog, not.
and
not
then I think
Dirty
doesn't
Diana.
Wayne or not Wayne? Doesn't Kev start his right around that time too?
He starts tonight at 10:30 my time. It's 9:30
So
his time in
oh, okay.
Oklahoma.
So it'd be 7:30 mine because I didn't want to. I tried to do it so I wouldn't be interrupting other streams because I'm not. This is. I'm going to be honest. This one's not for getting people in for clicks and views and time. Of course,
Right.
it matters.
Right.
This is just something I put out there that I want people to see. It's short. It's just like I mean, the whole thing's maybe 12 minutes. If we end up talking about it, yeah, it could turn into something longer. I'm there, no problem. But
Seen
it's
that
just
happen
something
before.
that I think I just would like to my subs and get as many streamers in just because I want it to be seen. That's the only reason. It's important to me. I think it's just, I'm not going to say anything else about it. I've kept this one a
You hear that,
secret, and
chat?
that's hard for me.
Do you hear that,
No?
chat? Angel, if you don't mind, please make sure you drop her link back in there when I can throw that up on the TV. And 8 Eastern time, guys. And it's 5 o'clock Mountain Central Time.
Mountain Standard Time.
Standard Time, excuse me. I wish we didn't change our time, to spring ahead and
I
fall back.
wish nobody did. I think it would be so much simpler.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I
Since the Nancy case, I've had this relationship. The East Coast West Coast relationship has been denying me of regular sleep. It's a toxic relationship.
Well, if you stay up, I mean, even in my scenario, if I stay up to watch even half of Captain Kev, it's
Right.
late. I mean, it's really late where he's at, but it's late,
Yeah.
and it's like, God, if I do that, I'm wiped out the next day because I get up early, relatively early,
Right.
and it's like, and I feel bad because I haven't been on there much lately, but plus you have to have time
Right.
to create your own streams and stuff for and things for your own channel. So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the way I was yesterday because Patriot Pride did a surprise stream, and that's what I was going to say too. Is I've been on. I thought I was going to be on for just maybe a few minutes on somebody's channel, so I didn't even restream to my audience. And the next thing I know, 3 hours has gone by and we're still talking. I'm like, why didn't I stream this to my audience? But yeah, it's
Well, we've got such a great group of people. You know who Melly is.
oh yeah, she's my mod over here.
I know. And she just told me, she just sent me a text message.
Oh,
And she said that 857 mentioned me on his stream today. And
nice.
she dropped my link and shared it. And I thought, what a sweetheart. And I'm wondering if he did that because of the invite. I sent him a special invite that I would really like him there tonight. He doesn't have to nobody has to get on. It's not like a panel thing unless we go in that direction. It's just come on in and watch something. That's really what it is. But
Right
there's
on.
Melly. Look at her. She is just a sweetheart. I just adore her.
She is
Dom C and I keep saying we're gonna take a trip to Canada and go see her because I was born there.
Okay.
But
right on.
You've got some really good people though that come into your chat too. You've got some really good people.
First mod, yeah. Pretty Little Clues has been there. She was like one of my first subscribers ever, and I was her. So we started at the same time. Of course, she took off running, but it's okay. I don't keep score and stuff like that. I'm so happy for her. And
she's done really well.
But there's some good people come here and hang out and chat, and they're nice. Flicker Fade and Angel Eyes and Justine has hung out with me all day today. I'm really, really honored about that. And of course, Ash is going to be there. So thank you, Ash, for that.
No.
Doug comes around a lot.
I hate to say this. Who is Ash? I'm not sure who Ash is.
He's Rhythm and Clues.
Is it really?
So
I did not know that. But I do know who Rhythm and Clues is, but I did not know that was Ash.
That's Ash, and he's from Britain, of course.
Yeah, I knew that.
And well, I'm not going to throw nobody's stuff out there, but let's just put it this way. She's Pretty Little Clues, and he's Rhythm and Clues. So I like to call them Mr. and Mrs. Clues.
Oh, how cute. That's cute. That's sweet.
I'll let them divulge if whatever else is there.
Yeah.
But if you see one, you usually see both of them. He says he's never seen her, to be honest. I don't know if he's talking about Justine or if he's talking about you.
I think he's probably seen Justine. I don't think he's because I've seen him in a few chats, but we've never like chatted back and forth or anything. So
there's his link in the chat. So if you're not subbed up to him, you can, and maybe
I'm going to look at it right now.
Return the favor and sub up to you, and both of y'all can grab another sub right here, courtesy of Angel Eyes and We Investigate.
I appreciate it. We are Mr. and Mrs. What did she say? Get a freaking clue.
That's funny, actually. That's
a
great
funny. That's pretty good.
I like you too, Major Rammer Jammer. I like you. You're very, very fun. We have a good time going back and forth about Alabama Crimson Tide and the Georgia Bulldogs. So Rammer Jammer keeps it live, keeps it funny with me. I like that.
Major Rammer Jammer.
Major Rammer Jammer. What a name. That's a mouthful.
I was going to say some of these names, I laugh at them. I think they're great.
And Mr.
and Mrs. Clue. I love it. Mr. and Mrs. Clueless.
Clueless.
Now, if I said that, that would be bad.
Just rename your channels Pretty Little Clueless and then Clueless.
Oh, that's cute.
That's funny. It is cute. They're
Angel Eyes. What's with all this Roll Tide stuff?
No, man, he's fixing to get knocked off of being a mod right now. I can see that coming already. He ain't even been a mod an hour yet, man.
He's got the wrong words in there. It's Go Dogs.
Exactly.
DAWGS, dogs.
Dogs. How about them dogs?
Dogs, you betcha.
I'm going to replace you right now, Angel Eyes. PI is coming in as your replacement mod, bud. Sorry about your luck. You had your chance. I gave you one chance today, Angel, and you come and say that in my chat, man. Come on now.
That's right. You're talking to it. I wasn't born there, but 27 years in Georgia.
I mean, come on. Come on. It's all red over here, baby. It ain't crimson nothing.
And you know
And I
who
got
else?
one more thing. Well, let's see. Can't quite see it, but I got something else that it says. Let me read it to you. In this house, we say, "Praise Jesus," and we yell, "Go dogs." I got a pillow over there that says that I got a birthday gift.
That's cool.
I love it. Yep, yep, yep.
And I don't think I said hi to Doug from Analyze. That Doug, and he's always so supportive too. Good guy.
She said she did it just to be funny, but I can't. Oh my God, I just can't. Cringe. Too funny, Justine.
Yes. And I don't think I have ever talked to Queen Millie either. I've seen her pop in, usually like I'm getting ready to leave and she pops in, so I have not really got to know her very well. But hi.
Right. And Pretty Little Clue said that she told me I was gorgeous, and I missed that because my head would be huge too right now.
Did you
And
get 5 stars today?
I did get 5 stars today.
Very good.
Yep.
You know, yesterday I
Promised me
had
5
to.
stars because I came on her practice stream for her. So she said, "You get 5 stars all week." I was like, "Run that."
Well, you know,
But I did like the compliment, Justine. I loved your compliment, as a matter of fact. Not only did I like it, I loved it.
Well, you know what was really funny yesterday when she did that was when Patriot Pride came in. They only got 3 stars. You got 5. Patriot Pride got 3. It was like, ooh.
How about that, Adam? And it was his fault that I was so tired yesterday because, and Jen and Glenn were on last night, and she was saying the same thing. Thanks a lot, Adam, for keeping us up till past 3 o'clock, and now we're give out today, and we can't do our own live streams. So yeah, I was, until after 3 o'clock on his channel, and then up at 8 and streaming at 9. So I was like, oh my God, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. So,
Now, do you stream off of a desktop or a phone, or how do you do it?
laptop and my phone.
Okay, see, I've never used my phone. I don't have I am clueless when it comes to this. This is this right here. That's a telephone. You hold it up to your ear and you talk on it. This other stuff, on a computer, I'm great, but I have no idea how to do it on a phone.
One tip: if you do go live on that phone, make sure that you set your landscape instead of being portrait. You put it on landscape so you can hold your phone this way. Otherwise, you're going to have that tiny box. Yeah, I'm fading in and out here, y'all. I'm gonna flicker fade Wayne now.
Got my little antennas going.
Change your landscape before you go live. Otherwise, you'll have to end that live, and you'll have to go back, and then you'll have to put it to landscape instead of portrait. That's what Adam and them did when they went to Waffle House. They couldn't figure out how to get it to landscape, so it would hit the screen.
So do you go to the studio or do you go actually into your app?
You go to the studio.
Okay.
You just click on YouTube, and then it's got your little icon. You click on that, and it'll say view your channel, and you view your channel, and then it'll say it'll have the little plus button, and you click on that, it'll say go live, and when you go live, it'll take you into the studio, and that's where you can create your thumbnail and what you want your live to say, just like you do on a laptop.
So you can go live through YouTube and bypass StreamYard altogether? And
Yes,
still can you pull people up on stage too?
You can, but oh no, I don't know about the pulling people up on stage part. I don't think that you can do that. You can share your screen. You can share your screen. Wow, look at that. When I did my hand, my camera looks so much better. But it's perfect.
Do you know why? You need a green screen. Get a green screen.
I will.
It makes all the difference in the world. And don't get an expensive one. It's not worth it.
I got so much going on, Janice. I just had to get a new phone because I got my other one soaked by going live at a car accident.
That's because you were boots on the ground that day.
Yes, but you can share your screen and do like I'm doing with the trial. But it was awful when I did it this morning. I just stayed on there like 10 minutes, and it was all glitchy, and it didn't sound good. That's straight through YouTube. So I just killed that. I was like, no. And I wasn't even going to stream today. And then I was checking my emails, and I had an email from Restream. And so I clicked on it, and it basically was telling me, go live. And I was like, Okay, we'll try that real quick. So I've been on here ever since.
Because a couple people have told me, since I do a lot of slideshow things, they said if I have two screens, it would be so much easier. I have a laptop, but it glitches. It's old. But I'm
Right.
thinking of just getting just a small, secondary screen. And
Right.
because I didn't know this, they said your mouse can go from one to the other, back and forth,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
I didn't know.
It's good
And
about that kind of stuff too.
you can have all of that, your pictures all ready to pull up. You just click on them, and
Yeah,
so
yeah, I'm sure it makes it a lot easier. And I just moved my office. I got a roommate now, so I just broke down my office, and so I haven't set everything back up yet where I want
Now,
it at.
you mentioned yesterday a background, and if I were to think of a background for you, it would definitely be reminiscent of your favorite team, the
Right.
Go Dogs,
A little bit of
because
this going on.
yes, and the hat. If you send me an email with some ideas of what you would like your background to be, I'll design
Okay.
one for you
All right.
because I'm good at that.
Well,
That's one thing I am good at.
the main thing is I want it to include everybody. So, my name is Wayne Irwin, so that's W and E. So there's where you get
Yeah.
we. But I want it to include everybody. Like I want to have a big old crew of investigators. So especially when I go out live, because that's what I like to do, go hit the road and go out live. And then I can have people, that are being my mods and they're digging for information on what I'm going live, because I'm not going to be able to do it while I'm driving or while I'm filming and stuff
Right.
like that.
But I
And
mean, just like
be
the
adding,
background right now of the
yeah.
pool, that's what
Mhm.
I'm talking about, is your background that you want.
Right.
How do
If
you
you
want
could
to
get me
come
an
across? Do you
actual,
want it to be?
if you could get me an actual pool, Janice, that'd be great. Just, but yeah, just some kind of investigative stuff. You can keep the dogs in here just for major. Make sure you
Right.
get some extra dog stuff in there.
And you want I take it you would probably want your logo.
Yeah, my logo and the hat. What you call it? Looking glass, magnifying glass.
The magnify. No, I got it. I got a general idea. Now,
Yep.
do you have a picture of you with the hat that I can either clip from a clipping, or if you put it on, I can do a screenshot, because I don't have a picture of you with the hat.
I'll send you one. I'm gonna make a note of it. I don't have it
Okay.
right now, but I will. I will
Yeah,
make
if you
it.
send that to me, then I've got a pretty good idea of how to do that, and and we can, if you don't like it, we make alterations to it. But that'd be kind of a fun project.
Awesome. God sent you to me, didn't he? Thank you,
Yeah.
God, for sending PI 56.
Well, I thank you too.
Absolutely. Hat picture for you want to be P556 or you want to
No,
be
I'm PI 56, not P
I mean
56.
P5. Just
PI
P5.
PI
All right,
56.
I got it in my little notepad here. My funky
Oh,
little
there's only one
notepad.
left.
I know I'm having spam.
But today's only third.
I'm fine.
Okay, April, thank you for stopping in today. We appreciate it.
You can talk. I don't care.
Or
I'm getting my honey is making me lunch. I'm excited.
All right, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he's a sweetheart. He's a good man.
Right on.
Good man.
Tell him I say hello and make me some lunch too, please. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, honey, you're getting some requests for some other lunch orders.
All right.
Yeah, he'll get right on that.
Yep. Let's see how many we got here. 14. You got 14 requests right now going on. 15, 16 counting us too. So yeah.
I'll tell you, he'd do every one of them if he had the way of getting it to you. He's a good man.
Right.
He is a very good man.
I believe that. Absolutely. I believe that.
He puts up with me. He's got to be. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I just heard him in the background. He goes, "Oh no, I don't." He does put up with me, but he says, "Oh no, I don't." He tolerates me. But.
Right. I don't see how anybody does me either. I'm the special type, but I don't never mean any harm. It's always in the best interest of everything that's going on around us. I promise you.
No,
usually when I'm working, I get pretty, headstrong and stuff like that. I had to tame myself down a little bit. I don't know if that just.
When people make, and I got a comment yesterday. Do you know who Sal is? Sal Campagno, his channel.
Yes, I call him Uber Sal because he gave JLR and them the ride out there in Vegas.
Right.
That's what I call it.
He's contacted me yesterday because we're going to do a live stream together on
Okay.
a real hot topic. It's going to be a doozy. But
Oh, boy.
him and I, our personalities are totally different. Our views are very similar, but our personalities, he said, and I had to crack up because of your comment you started, because he said to me, do you know that when you come into my chat and you come up on the panel, there can be 3 people and it's going, and all of a sudden there's this nice, calm, soothing voice. And I'm thinking, I hear that from more people. But if you ask my husband, he would say, are these people crazy? Do they know you? Because I'm a pistol. I am not I can get.
Smooth like butter, y'all. It's smooth like butter.
Excuse me, what did you just say? You're a pain in the ass. I can't say that word on live stream. Okay, I'm a pain in the butt.
He can say it here. We got some criminal network vibes going on here too, mixed in with some of the other fellas. So
wait,
yeah.
Now this man is a singer. He is a good singer. And I'm telling you, one of these days I'm gonna have him and I'm gonna say, I am premiering tonight. Da, 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 and I'm going to have him sing. He can do Metallica. This guy's good.
What I'm talking about. Awesome. I love to do it. I got a couple of karaoke songs just out of the blue, just raw, no cut, nothing. I just turned the television on. I started live streaming from my phone and I just let it rip. So it don't sound the best in the world, but there's a couple of karaoke songs on my channel too. So absolutely. I love to
he's
sing.
got some real oldies that, back from, from when his kids were little ones. He used to sing to his daughter. This is dating back, way back. And Wayne, I'm older than you are, so you may never have heard of it. And I'm looking at the stream going, you guys will never have heard of it. But do you remember a really old song called Chantilly Lace? No. You need to look it up. It's Chantilly Lace. I'm not singing it, believe me, but Chantilly Lace with a pretty face. And he'll sing that song, and it just, I bust up every time I hear it. But it was a real hit back then, and he used to sing it to his little girl.
Chantilly lace and a pretty face and a ponytail hanging down, a wiggle and a walk and a giggle and a talk. Lord, makes the world go round, round, round.
Honey, you know that they are hearing you.
Yeah.
Live right here on We Investigates. That's beautiful. We love it over here.
And this
we
is a
love
guy
the singing.
that has
nothing.
He wants nothing to do with YouTube and stream, none of this. But I can't believe he just came in here and did it. That's pretty cool.
It was really, really cool. Told him I said thank you very much. Should I call him Mr. PI or what is?
They want to know if you should be called Mr. PI. If you would like to be called Mr. PI.
I don't care what you call me, just don't call me late for dinner.
This is the old fashioned in him. I don't care what you call me, just don't call me late for dinner.
I'm the same way. I love that saying. And don't call me collect either because I don't accept it.
Oh, I like that one too. Wayne's got one. And don't call me collect. I don't accept those either. He's laughing. But no, and he has seen that I really have kind of lightened up a little bit and I'm having some fun. So he would never want to do this himself, but he does respect that I have met some really great people on this channel.
Awesome.
And
that's like a good guy.
He's heard about you. He's heard about so many people that he kind of knows who they are now. And I come out, I'm in our office and I'll come out and go in the living room and he says, you're happy that you're doing what you like to do. And, he's content watching his space shows and his NASCAR and his things. So we do our own thing, but he's very supportive of me doing this. And what I'm presenting today, I had him look at, and it's really nice when your husband tells you how proud they are of you.
Right.
And he saw something that I'm doing for today. He just said, I can't even tell you everything he said, but he gave me a hug and he goes, I am so proud of what you're doing on your channel. And I have literally said a couple times, and when I say I'm done with something, that means I am done. I'm over it. If it's a job, a relationship, doesn't matter. When I have said I'm done,
I've had it.
I'm the
That
same
means I
way.
am finished.
I'm
I
the
am
same way.
done. And I got the other day, before I did my live stream that morning, something happened on StreamYard, and I was just like, I've had it. I'm finished. I don't want any of this. And
Right.
he said, okay. He goes, and look at how many people you got comments saying they're going to be there. You're going to let them down? I was like, oh, gee, thanks. Now make me feel guilty. And I did that stream. It was 3 hours and 40 minutes. It went by that fast. And I'm so glad I did it because it got me past that hump. I have a purpose now that I always thought I did, but the comments made me realize I had a real purpose of why I'm doing this. And
Right.
it's a lot bigger than I thought it was. And
Yep.
Sal brought that up last night. I mean, he actually said, do you mind if I call you and talk about what we might do a case together, a live stream? And
Right.
we talked about several different issues and we talked about some personal things in life. This is somebody I've never talked to before. And I felt like I was talking to my best friend. You know, he was just,
I believe that about him too. He seems to be a really nice guy. I just
And,
don't ever go on a short walk with him.
and you know, he donates every single penny of what he gets to the homeless.
Yeah, yeah, I
He
did know that.
always makes it very clear that his family's blessed and his children are blessed, and he will always make sure they're taken care of. But now he tries to bless the community in Las Vegas, and I admire that, like what Patriot Pride does.
Right.
You know,
Well, tell him the next time you talk to him that we thank him very much. Thousands of us are watching out there, and thank him for giving the guys a ride and looking out for them, and you know, taking care of
yeah,
our fellows out there. And now he's one of us too. So
yes, he is.
once
And
you're
he
in
has
this
some,
community,
he
you're
had
in
some
the community.
fun stories about when they were in Las Vegas,
I
boy.
bet. Oh,
Yes.
but it has to stay there though, right? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah, some of it didn't though.
Ah,
Some of it got
made its way to Arizona, did it?
not saying a word.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Awesome.
not saying
Yeah.
a word.
If you do that for them, that means I can trust you and tell you some things too that, you know, maybe we don't tell everybody. But I try to share everything as much as I can with the audience because the people in the chat are just as big a part of the show as the people up on the panel, you know, and the people hosting the show. It takes everybody to make a show, and it takes everybody to make a community. And I'm glad YouTube TV went up on their prices. That's what drove me to regular YouTube. And
Mhm.
then the Nancy case, you know, and I looked that up and I found JLR and I've watched day and night and day. And then I started being in the chats and meeting all these nice, lovely, and going to different channels and being a part of the community. And that's one of the best things ever happened to me in my life because I wasn't really all that happy before, you know, I started doing this. And like you, your husband sees that this makes you happy. It makes me happy too. It's something that I don't mind doing. I enjoy doing it. And especially
I needed something. I was at a point where sitting and watching TV, and I love news. I like to keep informed. I
Right.
do investigate things. I question things, but I was getting tired of. I felt like I was sitting in front of a TV set all day long,
Right.
and I didn't want to do that. And he's been extremely supportive of it. But we got to figure out a different song next time for you because Wayne will actually host you. We can do it. You can have you right here next to me. Your sweetheart, honey.
That would be great. I would
He
love
is. He's. I'll have him pull up a chair and sit next to me maybe one of these days. But
you can do it. You can premiere it on your channel, and I'll co-host and restream, or we can do it vice versa, and he can do it on my
you know,
channel.
I would very much like to figure out what is something that is appealing to you and me, and I would like to do a stream with you on where we do it together, a show with you together, and bring in your audience and bring in my audience. A lot of them are the same people, but there's a lot that aren't. I mean, you've got people that I don't have. I've got people that maybe have never seen you before. But I do, when I announced my live for today, I think I put in 20 names of streamers and their URLs for them to go to them. And you were one of them. And I always try to promote the other channels, and I'll put their URL in, like especially in my community post. Because it tags them as well. They see it, so it tags them. So that's a benefit to me. But it's also taking people to a site they've never been to before.
And I've had 2 people in the last month that in the comments said they saw you and I on such and such a channel, and they did not know who you were. And now I know they're your subs because I know I've seen them.
Nice.
And that's the way it should work. You
Right.
know, we are all here, and I can't thank the mods enough. I think they're fantastic at what they do.
Me too. Absolutely, I do. And
And I'm about to bring
the bigger shows. They get to rolling pretty quick. So
Yeah.
I would imagine it. I've worked in a couple of bars, and I've been bartender for just a little while. And you know how you get that rush of people, and you're just so busy, like you don't even know which way's up and which way's down. You're just like, you know, you're slammed, and you know you got to get to work, and you just go for it. And the next thing you know, an entire shift's over, and that's got to be how they feel when everything starts like getting really, really fast, you know. And you got Adam sitting there saying, "Mods, just don't even play with them now. Just kick them on out of here." And they're like trying to work themselves to death.
Well, you know what, a lot of streamers will say, don't even look at the chat because sometimes you're going to see the negative comments. It's like, I can ignore the negative comments. I don't like to, if somebody is addressing me with a question or they want to ask something, I hate missing it. I feel bad that I'm missing the comments. But it is hard to talk and look at and stay focused on what you're doing and watch the stream at the same time. That's why I like it.
The slides and stuff, and I noticed that you're pretty good at that, like navigating to a different screen and pulling up the slides and stuff. And that's maybe not my strong point. What I think my mouth is, and certain things, interacting with the chat and maybe popping things.
5 months ago,
up there earlier, and I went ahead and took it down, but Flicker Fade said, well, I wish I would have just left it up there because I don't want to even say what she said. But she said he's happy. Your husband is happy. Happy that you're happy, and another H word. Now. So I left it up there for a little bit for you to see. But
was that Flicker?
Yeah. She said your husband's happy that you're happy, and
Yeah, I get it.
Another word. I was almost going to say that. But yeah,
I love it.
Interacting with the chat, because I guess that's where I got started, and I always have a good time in the chat.
Yeah.
And there's my daughter here. I don't know if you've met her yet.
No.
She may have known when she came in yesterday. I'll put her comment up.
Unique Angel is your daughter?
Yep.
Oh my God. I just noticed, I think I just saw her either yesterday or the day before for the first time.
Probably,
she is an absolutely beautiful girl.
Thank you. She is my twin. Not because she's beautiful, but because she really is my twin. Especially
I had no idea.
When I had darker hair and we got the same smile, we got the little tooth and all that going on. You notice how she's got 5 5s beside her name?
Yes.
So that is my oldest grandson, her firstborn. She's my firstborn, by the way, and I have 5 kids. And my grandson was born 5, 10, 15 on Mother's Day.
Wow.
That's kind of crazy, huh?
Oh my, her comment's hysterical. She just put in here, I'm not bald. Too funny.
Yeah, did
That's
you
your daughter?
When I said that she was my twin, and Jaylene said, "Is she bald too?"
Yeah, I just caught that. Now she's very. Matter of fact, when she was on, the picture was bigger yesterday when I saw it, and my first thought was, "Gosh, she's a really pretty girl," and I hadn't seen her before. I had no idea that was your daughter, but
Jaylene says she's not my twin. Well, she used to be my twin. Let's put it that way. I used to have dark hair and stuff too, and I used to wear a lot of makeup. I'm just kidding.
I noticed you've cut back on it a little bit.
Yeah, I cut back just a little bit. Well, it's getting
just a
pricey
little
these days, so you got to.
But anyway, and she goes by Unique Angel.
She goes here. She does, yeah.
Well, Unique Angel, you've got a very nice father, young lady, and I'm sure that you're a sweetheart too.
My mom gave her the name Angel. My mom's a real big Christian. My mom had 12 kids, by the way, and she's a gospel singer. She is 92 years old.
God bless her.
Right. And she gave her the Angel name. She's, like I said, she's big with the church and that kind of thing. And I gave her Unique because I wanted her to have a unique name. So as simple as that. So,
That is very nice.
yep, yep.
Does
She
she
didn't
have
hate
her
it.
own? Does she have a channel?
Angel, do you have a channel? And if you do, can you share it with us? I think she has one. I'm just not sure that, you know how a lot of people have a channel, but they don't have content.
Right.
Like that's the way I was. Supposedly, I've had a channel since 2012, and I never had anything on there.
I saw that on yours when I went to look at your email one time. It's like, God, he's been around forever. But I think you
Evidently,
got
I
started.
created the channel today. So,
You got started really with the Nancy Guthrie case too, right?
absolutely.
Yep. Yep.
That's the name I typed in because I was looking, and there was yours truly, JLR, and boy, was I ever hooked from day one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
She
you know,
just
I'd
put
watch
there.
him for 12 hours, and then I'd change over to Mark the Shark at night, and you know, Dad's Gone Live. And
Yeah.
6 months later, it don't feel like it, but here we are. You know, and Mark was just back out there last night with his drone and everything else, and searching and everything in the dark. I was like, "What are you doing, Mark?" But
Yeah. She put up a comment that she says, "No, I just watch and support." So
she's very supportive.
you know what? It isn't just watching and supporting is a big thing.
It is a
It's
very
it's
big thing.
huge. It's important. It's huge.
It
So
really
it's not a
is.
just, and so we thank you for that.
Yeah. And she's been here, you know, when it's just been me and her before and talking to me and stuff. And I'll be out there driving around looking for a fugitive. And she's in the chat. Where are you going, Dad? What are you doing? She's my number one supporter. She's my number one everything, to be honest with you. So
That's awesome.
that's my friend right there. That's my best friend.
When you can say that about a child, that's awesome.
Right.
That's awesome. That's how my husband has. I don't have any, but he has 3 children, and his daughter she's his best friend. She's just a beautiful girl.
Yeah.
She's got kids. She's got absolutely, I adore her children. They're like my grandkids. I love them to pieces.
Right.
But she doesn't let the young ones. She's got one that's 9 years old, a boy, and he is a pistol. He's smart as a whip, and he's a little smart, you know what, too. But he found out, he came over to visit one day, and just he happened to come in the office and he saw my YouTube channel up and he went, "You have a YouTube channel?" And it's like, "Yeah." He goes, he looked at his mom, he goes, "I need to he's 9. He goes, "I need to subscribe to her channel and I need to give her a thumbs up." And he's not allowed on YouTube channels unless he's learning something. And she
Right.
will pull up things like how to change a tire and how
Yeah.
to do all these different things with her 9-year-old son. And
Nice.
he is so smart. But he said, "It's Aunt Janice. I
Right.
want to be on her channel. And I want to be, if you won't let me do it, then." And he handed her her phone and went, "Here, sub up right now."
All right. That's awesome.
It's adorable. I thought, well, you're like but he's just smart as a whip. But she keeps,
Sound like
she,
he is.
she keeps, she's like, he's just like his grandpa, actually. He's exactly like his grandfather.
Okay.
And that's a good thing because he's got a real good heart for a little guy. I mean, he's 9 and his big sister is 18, and she's going in 2 weeks. She leaves for college, and she's going to actually be in Tucson for college, which I wish she wasn't going to Tucson because I don't want anybody in Tucson, but that's where
Right.
she's going to be able to get, they've got a really good veterinarian program there, and she
Okay.
wants to be a vet. But
Right.
most 9-year-old little boys, they may be a little bummed that their sister's going to college, but most of them really are like, "Yay, I get her room and I'm excited." That little guy is just, he cries. It is breaking his heart that his
Oh,
big sister is going off to college because
I
he
guess.
adores her. He loves her to pieces. And I'm thinking, she's raised some damn good kids, really
Absolutely.
good kids.
Absolutely.
And,
Yeah,
and
and you
she's
can
brought
see
it,
too that it's this most of this content's not made for kids, so we're
right.
not allowed to have subscribers in the true crime community.
No, but
Unfortunately.
he's just mad at her because she won't subscribe. And it's
Right,
like
right.
she's not into YouTube, so I don't blame her. That's fine, you
A
know.
lot of people are not, you know, and a lot of people are not into true crime. They'd rather watch CSI Miami or a show about true crime.
Right.
And I wanted to ask some of the other people that I ain't got a chance to ask, you know, and we will going forward if you can help me remember. It's like, how do they feel about, you know, like made up shows like CSI Miami or something? Because I can never get into like Hollywood making a
the
film because
fake
there's
stuff.
too much. Yeah, there's too much
It's not
realism.
real.
Yeah.
You know what? That's what you and I could do a show on. We could do a live on that, and we
Okay.
could incorporate the TV shows, but then the good ones out there, like The Interview Room,
Right.
and the first 48 hours,
Yeah.
so 2020 maybe, and kind of
Dateline.
bring in the ones that are Dateline, that are real, and bring you the facts
Right.
versus this is what we see on TV. How
Right.
real is this really? That could be an interesting topic.
Yeah, we should
You
incorporate
gotta
that
be
in there.
careful with that. Do
I
you know
like
what?
it. I like it.
Be careful, but you know what? Be careful with that gesture, because I found out yesterday that somebody
Oh.
did that, and you know what?
That was
They got
fingers.
I know, but they got a strike because
Right.
YouTube said it was a gun.
Right. Yeah, they're ridiculous, and
It's
it
ridiculous.
is. Yeah, there's
And
a
they,
couple
they,
other
they
things
fought it.
to do right
And
now.
yeah,
I could act
they-
like I was wiping the bottom of my nose, and they would think that's slime life, it's kind of gang stuff and everything. But
You
I
know-
promise you, YouTube, that was nothing to do with guns.
No,
That
you
was
didn't.
all about just cool little hand gestures.
I second that. It was not.
Maybe having no green screen, and I'm pointing to the sky now this time, not having no green screen might have saved me, because maybe it glitched just enough to make them think, but it was nothing to do with the pew pew.
if they continue like this, I mean, in all seriousness, they are going to drive people over to X.
I love you too, Angel, and I do appreciate you tuning in and say that. You have a good evening as well. I'm sure she's off to feed the 3 grandbabies.
Good night,
Yep.
Angel. It was nice to see you and nice to meet you. You got a great dad.
She's so sweet. She's my friend even when I wasn't a friend myself and didn't know how to love myself. She loved me anyway.
Aw.
And you know how it is. Some
Well,
guys
she's gonna
try to
make me-
push people away and stuff. And I managed to push just about everybody away, but not that one. She wasn't going nowhere, no matter what I did or said or didn't do and didn't say. She's hanging tough.
Yeah.
So,
That's a good one. You got a good one there.
Yep.
You got
Love
a good
her,
one.
and I love her husband and the 3 grandbabies. I love them too. We won't say names and ages and stuff on here, but y'all just
Right.
know that they're almost teenager, a couple of years younger than that. And then she named the youngest one. He just had a birthday. He's a toddler, and she named him after me. So.
So how many? I can't tell on the screen, and I don't want to touch anything because I'm not sure of it. How many people do you have in right now?
14 still hanging in here. Now we
Okay.
had
I didn't know if
19.
I didn't know if I'd scared a bunch of them away or not.
Oh no! You ain't scared nobody away for sure. I know that some people like Doug and Angelize, and they had other places they had to be because they're mods in other channels, and
Right.
so they had to go over to DD Devil Dog, and then they said 857 was coming on too. But as long as the conversation is going on, then that's what we're doing. We was already here. There's no sense of leaving and going somewhere else. It's the way I look at it. Yep. So from 6.5 hours to almost 7.5 hours now, and we've had some good folks hang out here with us and be good, loyal. I don't even want to say fans or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Family is what I want to say.
It is. It is.
Feels like that.
And you don't mind if I clip part of this, do you, and share it?
I don't mind whatsoever if you share it.
And if I do, I always your link will get dropped right there with it.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
No, that's the only way. To me, that's the fair way to do it. If you're letting me share
Yeah.
something and you're sitting on the panel with me, or I'm sitting on a
Right.
panel with you, you bet you put your link in there. That's
Yeah, especially when you start getting up over like an hour and stuff. And like I was telling you before, I say, well, I'm going to drop in and chat on this panel. It's only going to be 15, 20 minutes. Over 3 hours later, I'm still sitting there and there's a set box that says stream to your audience. And I'm thinking, man, you should have streamed this to your audience a long time ago. But
exactly.
it
Well,
is what
today
it is.
when I do my little thing today, if it decides to go into a conversation, if people want to make comments, I have no problem. I'll pull somebody up on the screen, and if they've got a channel, their channel link's going to get dropped. I don't care if they got 10,000 subs; it's still going to get dropped, because if somebody is willing to share a platform with me and help me out
Right.
by doing that, then I'm more than. They may not need the help, but they're still going to get the recognition.
Right on.
So if
And there's Angel Eyes one more time coming in with that comment. Angel, I done told you.
Well, am I missing it?
I was trying to remove his comment, but for whatever reason, it won't let me remove the comment. He says, I'm not going to put it up on the screen. I'm going to leave the "You're All Right" for a UGA fan, brother. I'm going to leave that one there. You can imagine it played off of that one as Angel come in. And he's from Indiana. I don't know why he's saying that.
That's funny.
He should be saying "Go Hoosiers," and they're the national champions, by the way. Indiana
What
Hoosiers.
is
Champions.
okay? Major Rammer Jammer said, "I got y'all tonight on PP." Can I ask you what does PP mean?
It's Patriot Pride, and it's also something I need to do.
Gotcha.
It's too bad we don't have one more panelist. Y'all could talk to each other for a minute while I went and took a 5-minute break. Do you have anything you want to share? You want to share your screen and maybe play a video?
No, I can just sit here and tell everybody where they need to be tonight at 5 p.m. or at.
Why don't you do that and read some of the chat and let me come right back? It won't even be 5 minutes. It'll be less than that.
You
Okay,
got
cool. I appreciate you, Janice. Thank you.
No problem. So for all of you in there that I don't know, I am PI 56. This, for some reason, is saying P5. That is not me. I'm not P5. I am PI 56. A lot of familiar names are in here. I know that some of you have subbed to my channel, which is also new. And I appreciate your support. And oh my God, Flicker Fade, you're horny? Am I even allowed to say that word? This isn't my channel. I hope I can. But you're cracking me up, Flicker. I'm cracking up with that. And Jaylene, I just don't know you. Like I said, I see you in chats, and I don't think we've ever talked before, but you are more than welcome tonight to join my very short live stream, and I think you'll enjoy it. It's just, I don't want to say much about it. I'm kind of keeping it a secret, but it's really something that I want to share with subs and with our other streamers. It's kind of important to me. So hopefully you guys will be there. And let's see. I see. Okay, Pretty Little Clues is back. How come you're not up on this panel here, Pretty Little Clues? Maybe from that one tonight, there was a lot being accidentally banned. Chat was moving fast. Not sure I get that. PI, I used to be a mod in Shibby's live. That's where I used to see you. I have seen you in other ones, but do you still do any modding? That sounds like a weird word. Do you mod anymore? But no, seriously, Jaylene, do you still do mods for any of the chats? Because I have 2 in mind that were referred to me, but I do need a mod bad because I'm going to be doing a lot more live streaming. So Jaylene, if you're interested, let me know. Flicker Fade, thank you that you're coming. That really makes me happy. That's wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate it. And honestly, if any of you have done if you've modded, I don't think I'm saying that right. Other channels, if you have been a moderator there we go, for other channels, and you're interested in doing it for my channel, please look up on my page. It's got my email, because I would definitely need to get some mods, and I want to get some that I know that I can trust and that will do what they're supposed to do, and that they have some knowledge of StreamYard, because that can help me immensely. Jaylene, she's asking if Flicker Fade's asking Jaylene if she will be her date to PI 56 tonight. How cute. You guys are funny. Yes, please pick Jaylene. Jaylene, I see a yeah. Does that mean, yeah, you are interested in still doing some mod work on a channel? Because I remember you now on Shibby's channel, and you were really good. Very good. So if you're interested, definitely let me know. And so I'm soliciting for mods, and I'm soliciting that I'm having my show at 5 o'clock tonight. And you've got some great people in here. They're really good.
I agree with you.
And Flicker's going to come tonight and join and come in and watch my live. So I am.
And
That's
she's
very
bringing
cool.
a date. And I was going to say, I like the idea of bring a date.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah, yeah.
I do
I'm going to have
too.
to find me a date. Let's
And you
see
know,
here.
while you took your little break that you took, even though I was trying to stay up with the chat and keep things going a little bit, I do think that idea about the difference between real life and these TV shows and the
Right.
reality of what happens in a true crime case, especially in the first 48 hours. And we know that somebody's
Sorry about
getting a
that.
phone call.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's fine. But
It's a little bit
you know,
odd that it's
Jaylene, I'm in Arizona, so it's 5 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. I'm not sure where you're located, but if you tell me, I can real quick, I can check for you and let you know what time. So where are you at, Jaylene? But I think, Wayne, that's an idea. That's something I'm going to put some notes together on, and I'll toss them your way, and maybe we'll do a live on that together.
sounds good. Yeah.
Especially,
Absolutely. And we can
especially
kind of
because,
keep it a little bit neutral, because there is some people who do like those type shows. And I
well,
got
and
nothing
the
against that.
first 48 hours of the Guthrie case were completely botched. We know
Right.
that. And
Yes.
that can kind of be, I don't want to be directly about
Right.
between when you have a case and what happens in 48 hours and what happens outside of that 48 hours if it hasn't been done. So we're going
Right.
to do the hand thing. We are going to work on that. That would be
We.
a good
There's your W for we.
W.
I can give you
W,
an E too.
how do I do that?
W-E.
W-E.
I
Anyway.
think maybe I had that backwards.
Yeah, well.
Still feels backwards, but it's weird.
I'm going to do this instead.
Yeah, let's do that.
I can't even do that right.
Gang
There we
signs for real now.
But yeah, that would be I think that would be an interesting live to do.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Absolutely. And find out what the difference is, what makes people tick in their head, if they like, because they like the actor and the actresses and they give it, that makes it a little more exciting for them as opposed to real life detectives and stuff might be a little bit boring to them.
See,
as to where I can't get past in my mind that this is a made up show and there's going to be a made up ending. And that's anticlimactic for me. I want the real stuff, y'all.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer Jaylene real quick. Let me check something on my phone.
Okay.
What time is it in Pennsylvania right now?
I think she's in Eastern.
Right now.
The time in Pennsylvania is 5.
Yes. Flickr, or sorry, not Flickr. Jaylene, it will be 8 o'clock your time. That is correct. 5 o'clock my time and 8 o'clock your time. So thank you.
East Coast is the best coast. No, just kidding. No, I don't want to get no Tupac stuff going on. East Coast, West Coast going on here. So we love the whole country, y'all. North, south,
That's
east,
right.
west. It don't matter. We're friends with everybody. And even if you're not from this country, we love our Canadian friends, our UK friends. We love them as well. So
I've got Switzerland. I've got some from England. So it's
nice.
I got somebody from Sweden the other day.
Okay. I don't know
that was
if I've
pretty
had
cool.
Sweden yet. I got Australia though.
I've got
Michelle is really cool, and she drops in, and she's over at Captain Kev's a lot. She's a hoot. You need to get her on your show.
She's crazy.
She's crazy. She's coming in with the wigs, the hats, the everything, man.
You know what?
The clown dress.
I'm afraid that she's going to give me a strike.
Right?
Unless I do it after midnight, I've got to be careful with her.
Right.
I love it. She is a really, and she's got such a good heart. She cares so much about people. And when she said she'd open her home if anybody came to visit, she means it. She would open it up, and her bar.
Right. I don't need her bar, but she better be careful what she says about opening up the home, because I may be on a plane, because I've never been to Australia and I just got my passport, and I haven't even used it yet. So you better watch out, Michelle, if you're listening. I may be knocking on your door.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I've seen her several times. But you know what? That's the only channel I ever see her go in. I don't see her go in any of the true crime channels.
Yeah, I've seen her a couple of places. She said that she don't get a lot of people talking back to her, so she gets bored with it pretty quick. She
Right.
did pop up in here. I think it was yesterday. She's popped up a couple of times in the chat and
Oh,
stuff.
good.
I always try to make sure that I say hello and everything. Angel Eyes, if you say that one magical phrase again, dude, I'm gonna have to ban you from posting your channel.
Well, I have to say thank you to Angel Eyes because he dropped the link to my channel. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate it very much.
And he always does.
Yeah.
He always
Oh,
puts everybody's link
you
in
know
there.
what?
He's in good fun.
When I did my first live stream, that was a complete, I mean, it was bad. It lasted about 8 minutes, and it's like, nothing worked out the way it was supposed to. And that was one of I was really close to the DONE word, but I thought, no, I'll give it another try. Angel Eyes was there. He came in and he stayed for the whole time. And
Nice.
it was a tribute that I did. It was a song and some information on my sister's cold case. And I talked about it, and I really wanted to share it with more people. It was was supposed to be my very first one. And like I said, it flopped. It was terrible. And bless his heart, he stayed in there. He hung in to the very end. A few other people popped in, but he kept it going. And he knew that I needed that help at that point. And I will always, those are the things you don't forget.
That's right.
You do not forget those very first people that helped you through.
You
And
truly don't. You truly don't.
So-
And we all hang together like that and look at one another. Yeah, and it takes a trooper to hang in there with you. Like Adam says, your time is your most valuable asset. And if the stream was going that bad, he would not be hanging around no more. He said, and a lot of
It was
people would.
just-
If you got glitches or
it's just I couldn't get things to work, and my intro didn't work, and then the volume didn't work, and it's like people could hear me. I could, and I just thought, I can't do this. I don't know, and I had it planned so well. I thought,
Right.
and I've never redone it either. And I keep thinking I need to go back and redo that one, but if I do, I have to change it because I can't restream my own content.
Right. It's strange, isn't it?
It's my content. It's like it's on my channel, and if
So-
people want to look at it, just
the stuff
because
they do is so weird. You got to say pew pew instead of GUN. Come on now, really? And we're talking about true crime here.
is that a YouTube? We have to do that now.
Yeah. And you got to say unalive instead of the KILL and all that. Like,
And I keep still saying DIED.
right,
I'm sorry, it's part of my vocabulary. I'm not used to that, and I don't say Gen Z and Gen this and Gen. I just talk.
they say it on the news, for goodness sakes. They say it right there on the TV.
Now, I don't think I've ever heard any of the news stations say unalived. I'm not hearing that on the
never
news.
will hear them say that. So, it's just
So and
so
so
kind
unalive themselves or tried to, and it's like even
Right.
with Perez Hilton.
That's
They
another
didn't-
way to keep from paying you for your content. I mean, I hate to say it, but if they just do that like several hundred times a week, and then you add that up over 52 weeks, there's a bunch of money they just saved. They ain't fooling nobody.
No.
Not fooling me anyway. I know what you're doing. But that's
My prediction would be in 5 to 8 years, we're not going to have CNN, NBC, ABC, Fox. I think it's going to be YouTube channels. I think that because I think a lot of these good people on these stations, they're getting tired of their hands being tied behind their back of
Right.
what they can say, what they can discuss, the way they
Right.
have to do it. And I think they're going to branch off, and you're going to see much more people following live streams and real life true crime on
Yep.
YouTube or maybe on X. I'm not sure who it's going to be, but I don't think it's going to be on TV. We might have our local news
more and
stations.
more of us too that are out there doing the job, and we're not going to be fed commercials every 5 minutes is one of the biggest things.
Yeah.
A friend of mine that I work with in Chicago, he went back to his room after a day's work and first getting to the country, and he tried to watch some of our news and some of our TV, and he was like, "Man, the ads that y'all have over here, how do you stand to even watch TV?" He said, "It seems like every few minutes it's just like, bam, another ad, another ad, another ad." I said, "Yeah, that's what we're all getting sick of that. We don't see ads all the time, So
It's
that's
got
the way it is.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
And
really-
these news channels are you watch the news on one channel, and I don't want to bring politics into it, but obviously our news stations are very political. We've got one that we know what they favor, and we know what the other one favors.
Yep.
But what's if it's news, if this story happened at the Walmart, blah blah blah, they had a shooting. Why
Right.
is it that story on this channel portrays it one way, but you watch it on this channel and you think you were watching two different stories? It's
True.
like it's the same exact shooting. It's the
Right.
same amount of people that were hurt.
Right.
This is what happened. Why do you have to comment it like this? And why do you have to pull politics into it?
Exactly. And they do.
You
And
can report the news. Just
that's-
report the damn news.
Right. And that's another thing I like about our channels, because there's a lot of diversified opinions out there, and but people try to stay out of politics. People try to respect others. The way, and we've came together thanks to YouTube and these channel creators.
And everybody
thanks
has opinions. And I may not agree with somebody, but that's their opinion, and you can discuss it and have a reasonable discussion. But if you're going to watch a news TV show that's news on TV, then report the news. And everybody will report it a little bit different. They have their style, but the
Right.
storyline shouldn't be changing.
Exactly.
I mean, Fanny Pack's in here. Hi, Fanny. I love her. She's a sweetheart. Fanny Pack. Fanny Pack 17.
So good to see you, Fanny Pack 17.
Yes.
Welcome in, Angel.
And see, she says right there that all the news she watches is on YouTube. She
YouTube and iPad. Yep.
Yep.
So what I'm gonna have to get my news from today. Justine was telling me we had a high school shooting in Warner Robins, Georgia today.
No way.
This was going
Oh,
on.
man.
I haven't even looked into that, so I don't know if it's another big one, or if it's maybe just two people got in an argument and one person got shot or anything like that. But yeah, she did say it in the chat there. So Warner Robins is not that far away. So
No, I know. I was very close to that at one
fingers
time.
crossed. Careful how I do my fingers. Fingers crossed that's not a bad one. But if it is, I may actually be in Warner Robins, Georgia tomorrow doing some
Well,
live.
they always change. They change the terminology now. I remember when I was younger, when you heard of a mass shooting, it didn't mean two people. And when they said, and when they would say, God, what's the word they use? JLR mentioned it the other day. Casualties. Casualties used to mean unalived.
Right. Yeah.
Now casualties just mean people that may be injured.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, what are we talking about here? How
Right.
many or excuse me, let me get it right. How many are unalived? How many are injured? How many do we have, one shooter or two? Because they just don't give you the news. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, but
And
I
was
think
thinking that I saw myself on
you
one
just
of
popped into the picture. I thought you fell in the pool.
I did fall into the pool.
You completely just vanished, and it's like, okay, he must have fallen into the pool.
I think I just took a drink of tea and rocked in the recliner a little bit
There you
different. Away I went.
See, I'm
and
moving all over the screen, and I don't fall in the pool.
you're not, yeah, because you got the green screen behind you.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The lighting is changing here too, so I am flashing all kind of crazy bad now, huh?
We've got Wayne on strobe lights. Disco, do.
Call me Flicker Fade.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, Wayne is doing the official flicker fade dance.
I made it to the haters page last night. I wanted to tell everybody. I wasn't a target of the hate, but I did pop right when I come up on stage on Alex's show, and I was dead front and center, and they showed me, and they paused the video with me right there, and they're like, these people, you know how they do, have no this and no that and the other. And I was like, look, I've made it. I've made it.
No, I'm so.
Everybody else is like, why are they doing this one? And I'm like, yeah, come on.
I'm surprised it took you this long.
Yeah, well, thank you. Still waiting on that first pizza.
Well, you guys, I need to scoot. My husband made me my lunch a while ago. God, I sounded Southern when I said that a while ago.
Southern. You've been hanging around way too long.
Well, I was in Georgia for 27 years total, so that's a long
Get the
time.
heck out of you, huh? It looks
And
like
every,
I'm
you know,
going to go too, whether I like it or not, because I'm just going to vanish.
yeah, you're definitely kind of all over the place, but
Yep.
I will probably see you tonight around 8 o'clock your time.
Yep, you most definitely
And
will. I will be there, and I'll try to bring a date with me too. I haven't asked anybody yet, but I'm sure
okay,
somebody will accompany me on the date.
well, all of you in here, thank you so much, and for putting up with me on Wayne's channel today, and for sharing with me. And hopefully, I'll see some of you tonight too.
All right,
And if I
sounds
don't,
good.
God bless all of you. Have a good day. Be safe. And for now, my sign off is always PI 56 is out. Much love to all.
Much love to you too. Thank you for coming up. I hope you
You're
can
very
remove
welcome.
yourself because I have no idea how to do it.
I do see a little button here, and since I can read, it says leave. So I think leaving
Okay.
means I'm out.
Try that. Try that. Thank you. See you soon. There you have it, guys. And then there was one. Ooh, we need to make me smaller. It's too much of me going on right here. Okay, guys. So I appreciate y'all hanging out with me today, watching this trial with me today. The trial did get absolutely crazy. Hey, can I go on the date with y'all, Jaylene and Flicker, and maybe like 2 girls for every boy type thing? I see you there, Major Rammer Jammer. I'm gonna check that email now when I get off this stream right here. I want to check all my emails and see what you got going on there and respond to you in a timely fashion, I promise. And thank everybody for being here, hanging out with us, all the great comments. Y'all are what makes these shows what they are to me. I love the chats, man. The people are so funny and so caring. And I'm just going to read this one right here real quick before I jump off. Pretty Little Clue says 857 said they're looking for a Chevy Malibu in connection with the case. Yeah, I heard that too. It was on a 911 call. They were talking about it on Thornbridge X Unfiltered last night, TBX for short. I think that might be the 911 call with the person hanging out the car screaming. So it may, that ship may have done came and went. But thank you for the Acre Fade. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed today. I know that I did. I had a good time with everybody, as usual. Thank you, Major. Rammer Jammer. You got to get used to saying that name. It's like, whoop, there's a lot going on there. But I will get used to that for sure. And I'll check it out. But yeah, guys, had a really, really good time today. I'm going to try to do it again tomorrow. I'll probably be StreamYard tomorrow. I'll get the hours back. And oh, yeah, that's right. Juanita Adame. I've learned how to say her name now. Juanita Adame was there, wasn't she? Yes, last night on TBX, she was there. Well, the interview was done before the show last night, but they aired the Juanita Adame interview. Sorry, guys. I was seeing cars go down the road. It caught my attention. ADD, baby. Figures why you popped in there at Rhythm and Clues. I'm not touching that one at all. I'm not going to touch that comment right there. I'm going to let Mr. and Mrs. Clues or Mr. and Mrs. Clueless figure that one out. But I mean, being a single lad myself, yeah, there was 2 pretty ladies on that show last night, to say the least. But that's a story for another show. Don't want to get nothing started. Fade says she'll be here. Thank you very much. Yeah, if you guys could like and subscribe and all the good stuff. I'm sure if you're in the chat, you're subscribed. But maybe turn the bell on. Plan on having some lives to where, like when Justine tells me there's a high school shooting, a high school pew pew. Crazy to have to say that. Or something to that effect. I get some breaking news or something and jump right out there in the car, take off with my telephone and be live. So if you got the bell on, you'll know when I'm live. And if it's not something you want to watch, then that's cool. But it may be something that's breaking and then something you guys absolutely want to watch, and I can get you to the scene and let you see what's going on. Oh, I love you too, Ash, Rhythm and Clues. Everybody make sure you subscribe up to Mr. and Mrs. Clues channels, Rhythm and Clues, Pretty Little Clues, the original one and only. All right, guys. Fixing to end the stream right now. Nothing but love. Let's all go over and see PI 56 tonight. 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. You do the math if you're not in Eastern Standard Time. And we'll see y'all there, and we'll see you back here on the next one if you come see me. Thank you so much. Much love, y'all.